Chapter 147. Is Colonel Bai's security clearance sufficient? Hua Xiaoheng turned on the computer and accessed the internal system. The Huaxia Imperial Military had a total of 18 levels of security. The highest level was further divided into levels A, B, and C. Level A was the highest level within the highest level. Bai Yueran's security clearance was C level within the highest level. Although it was the lowest level within the highest level, she had also been present at the scene of Gu Nianji's car accident 6 years ago, so she was qualified. Have her come to the meeting. Hua Xiaoheng pressed the phone and connected to Bai Yueran's line. Bai Yueran arrived quickly. As soon as she entered, the door to the small conference room was closed. All sorts of anti-interference and eavesdropping equipment were activated, and the entire room became a large, airtight cocoon. Even the most sophisticated satellite couldn't detect the situation inside. Zhao Liangse used the laptop in front of him to explain the entire incident in a concise manner. Bai Yueran listened attentively to the briefing, and her expression gradually became serious. She looked at Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiao, I've been against sending Gu Nianji abroad for a long time. I think the most important thing right now is to get her back as soon as possible. Get her back. How? She's already been sued. Do we have to bail her out and abscond? Chen Lai was the first to object. Even if we have to bail her out and abscond. Bai Yueran's gaze was determined, and her slender fingers tapped on the conference table. She had long, naturally wavy black hair that accentuated her charm when it was down, but most of the time, she wore it in a bun at the back of her head, which made her look much more proper. Zhao Liangse also objected. No. If we bail her out and abscond, Nianji will never see the light of day again. We can't do that. He, Yin Shixiang, Hua Xiaoheng, and Chen Lai were the people closest to Gu Nianji. Emotionally, he couldn't bear to let her go. Bai Yueran turned to look at him, her gaze somewhat disapproving. Secretary Zhao, I know that you all have been responsible for taking care of Gu Nianji for so many years. Humans are not plants, so how can they be emotionless? You do feel guilty, but you must also remember that you are soldiers. Gu Nianji is your mission, not your family. Zhao Liangse wasn't looking at Bai Yueran, but he could see her expression clearly from the corner of his eye. He tightened his grip on the mouse and averted his gaze. His eyes wandered back and forth on his computer screen, searching for a way to help Gu Nianji. He was a soldier, but Gu Nianji wasn't just a mission. He already saw her as his own sister. He couldn't agree to Bai Yueran's words. But he could not open his mouth to refute. Chen Lai was speechless for a moment. He stole a glance at Hua Xiaoheng and saw that he was as calm as ever. He couldn't tell how Bai Yueran's words had affected him. As expected of Hua Xiao, this unflinching general's demeanor was indeed not something an ordinary person could have. Chen Lai's eyes darted around and he deliberately added fuel to the fire. Colonel Bai, what do you mean by this? When did we ever treat Gu Nianji as family? She was the mission. Otherwise, why would Hua Xiao agree to send her to the United States as bait? Hua Xiao, don't you think so? Hua Xiaoheng's expression still didn't change, but the slight twitch in the corner of his eye didn't escape Chen Lai's sharper eyes. Chen Lai snickered inwardly and looked in Bai Yueran's direction. He spread his hands. Now there's a problem with the mission. We must think of a way to solve this problem. Colonel Bai, is your solution to admit that our method of luring the snake out of its hole failed? Bai Yueran's eyes flashed. She looked at Hua Xiaoheng and couldn't see anything from his handsome, impassive face. Chen Lai, with his round face, looked like a nice guy, but his words were watertight and sharp. Hesitation flashed in Bai Yueran's eyes. Of course we can't say it failed. So I object to Colonel Bai's suggestion. What about you? Chen Lai looked at the people in the meeting. The two subordinates from Bai Yueran's department shook their heads to show that they didn't agree either. Zhao Liangzi said frankly, I agree with Chen Lai. We can't just bring Nianji back like this. We can't fail our mission, and Nianji isn't just a mission. Bai Yueran saw that everyone was against her suggestion and didn't insist. She looked at Hua Xiaoheng. What do you think, Mr. Hua? Hua Xiaoheng clasped his hands and rested them on the conference table. His expression was frighteningly cold. If there's a problem, we'll solve it. We'll respond. He then said to Bai Yueran, Director Bai, this matter may require the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to step in. You'll be in charge of contacting the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and have them prepare. He paused before continuing, but the Ministry of Foreign Affairs must keep this confidential. I don't want any news to get out before the final trial in the United States. If it gets out, it'll be dealt with according to military law. Yes, sir. Everyone in the small conference room immediately stood up and answered in unison. After the meeting, Hua Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangzi had a video call with Yin Shixiang. Mr. Hua, little Zhe, what's your decision? Yin Shixiang asked calmly. What do you need me to do? Zhao Liangzi passed the microphone to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng said in a low voice, find He Zhichu first and tell him about this. The U.S. military is backing Xian Xingao up again. Let's see how He Zhichu reacts. He Zhichu had even sued the U.S. military for Gu Nianji's sake. Now that he had been slapped in the face, how would he feel? Yes, I'll call He Zhichu right away. Yin Shixiang temporarily turned off the video call and called He Zhichu. On the other side of the video call, Zhao Liangzi was sitting in front of his computer searching for information online. He asked Hua Xiaoheng worriedly, Hua Xiao, are we going to the United States? Hua Xiaoheng stared at the camera. After a while, he said, go and switch Big Xiong back. Ah. Zhao Liangzi was happy at first, but when he thought about it, Yin Shixiang was probably called back because something had gone wrong, so he couldn't bear to see it happen. Big Xiong, it's not Big Xiong's fault, but he's not suited to stay in the United States to take care of Nianji. Hua Xiaoheng turned on his computer and started the satellite tracking program. That place needs computer experts more. It's better for you to go. Zhao Liangzi understood what Hua Xiaoheng was implying. He was taking responsibility for Gu Nianji's predicament. As the commanding general, it was his dereliction of duty to not know the right people and appoint them properly. But this way, Yin Shixiang wouldn't be demoted. Zhao Liangzi quickly stood up and said sincerely, Hua Xiao, don't worry. I'll go to the United States and take good care of Nianji. I won't let something like this happen again. Hua Xiaoheng didn't even turn his head. His attitude was very calm. It doesn't matter what happened. If nothing happened, we would have sent her away for nothing. You still want to lure her family out? Zhao Liangzi was silent for a long time, but still asked, what if, and I'm saying what if she really doesn't have any family left? What if she's the last person in her family? Hua Xiaoheng's hand paused. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about this possibility, but to him, it was only one of the thousands of possibilities. He didn't pay too much attention to it, and he didn't answer hypothetical questions. Zhao Liangzi waited for a long time, but Hua Xiaoheng didn't speak. He couldn't help but pat his head. How could he be so stupid again? Hua Xiaoheng never answered hypothetical questions. He had even forgotten this. In his apartment in Boston across the ocean, Yin Shixiang called He Zhichu's number. Professor Nianji just received a subpoena from the court. Yin Shixiang immediately reported the matter. He Zhichu sat alone in the greenhouse admiring the flowers. On the small rattan table beside him was a bottle of white wine of unknown age. There was also a crystal glass and an ice bucket by his feet. He poured himself a drink and watched the butterflies flutter in the greenhouse, his eyes misty and reflecting the water. When Yin Shixiang called, he didn't want to pick up. However, Yin Shixiang persevered and called again, and finally, he picked it up. After listening to Yin Shixiang's call, He Jichu rubbed his forehead and slowly stood up from the white rattan lounge chair. He didn't seem to believe what he had just heard. Say that again. Who reported Nianji? Xan Xingao, or rather, the U.S. government's prosecution. Because Xan Xingao's injuries worsened, she was seriously injured. Yin Shixiang read the subpoena to He Jichu. The court subpoena was delivered an hour ago. Nianji signed it herself. He Jichu quickly left the greenhouse and walked to the garage. Where's Nianji? How is Nianji? He asked with concern. Yin Shixiang looked at the door to Gu Nianji's room. She's locked herself in her room and hasn't made a sound. He Jichu's footsteps stopped. He turned a corner but didn't go to the garage. Instead, he returned to his mansion. He said to Yin Shixiang, "Send me a copy of the original subpoena. You can send it to my school email." Yin Shixiang had just scanned a copy and sent it to Hua Xiaoheng. It was a piece of cake for him to send a copy to He Jichu. He Jichu received the subpoena and looked at the judge and the prosecution in court. He couldn't help but sneer. Lieutenant Colonel Peter still hadn't given up. It looked like the $1 million from the previous settlement hadn't taught him a lesson. He Jichu returned to his study and sent a few emails to his subordinates at his law firm. He had them prepare for a remote video conference. Lieutenant Colonel Peter was going to jail for daring to sue He Jichu's student. Nianji, it's time for dinner. Yin Shixiang had prepared a sumptuous dinner. It was all Gu Nianji's favorite dishes. He knocked on her door. Gu Nianji hugged the panda pillow and leaned against the door. She said loudly, "I'm not hungry. I don't want to eat." "You silly child, why are you so angry? It's not worth it to hurt your health." Yin Shixiang tried to persuade her. "Don't worry and don't be afraid. I've already spoken to little Zay and called Professor He. They won't sit back and do nothing." "Got it. Brother Xiong, I'm really not hungry. I don't want to eat." Gu Nianji stood up. "I'm going to shower." She walked to the bathroom and turned on the water. She took off her clothes and lay down in the bathtub. Her skin was as white and delicate as a baby's. Under the clear water, her body was almost translucent. People couldn't help but want to touch her. But Gu Nianji's face was gloomy. She closed her eyes and lay in the bathtub. Her mind was a mess. She was prepared to defend herself, but she still felt a chill in her heart. They were in the dark, and she was in the light. She didn't know how many traps they had prepared for her to jump into. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She couldn't help but raise her long, fair legs in the bathtub. She hit the water with all her might and splashed it everywhere. Why? Why? This B*TCH betrayed state secrets for her own personal gain, and now she's accusing me. Gu Nianji thought bitterly to herself. She hated herself for not beating Xan Xingao up so hard that day. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. She soaked in the bathtub for a full hour before getting up. Wrapping a white towel around her, she walked barefoot to her bedroom. Just as she sat down at the vanity, she heard another knock on her bedroom door. "Nianji." It was Yin Shixiang's voice again. Gu Nianji couldn't be bothered with him anymore. She took out the hairdryer from under the vanity to dry her hair. After drying her hair, she looked at her watch. It was already past 11 p.m. Time had passed so quickly without her realizing it. Gu Nianji braided her dried hair and let it hang behind her head. She changed into her pajamas and went to bed. He Jichu had a meeting all night and went to Gu Nianji's apartment early the next morning to see her. Yin Shixiang opened the door and said gratefully to He Jichu, "Professor He, it's great that you're here. Please help me talk to Nianji." She locked herself in her room after receiving the subpoena yesterday and still refuses to come out. He then added, she hasn't eaten anything since yesterday. He Ji-chu looked at Yin Shixiang coldly, his cold gaze carrying an invisible pressure. Yin Shixiang froze and quickly showed the proper cowardice. Actually, he was secretly wondering how Professor he could have such a strong aura. To be his student and client, this kind of professor and lawyer had to be very brave. Nianji, come out. He Ji-chu knocked on Gu Nianji's door. Gu Nianji was still asleep. She hugged a pillow and lay facing inwards. Her brows were tightly furrowed and her breathing was erratic. Her pulse was also beating faster than usual. If Chen Lai was here, he would conclude that Gu Nianji was on the verge of an emotional breakdown again. When she was first rescued by Hu Xiaoheng, she was sent to Chen Lai's place. Her hysterical outbursts couldn't be soothed by any medication. Later, when Hu Xiaoheng appeared again, she threw herself at his leg and refused to let go. He could only hold her and accompany her for the entire night before she finally calmed down. It's too early. She's probably still sleeping. Yin Shixiang set out breakfast. Has Professor he had breakfast? He Ji-chu looked back. Do you have red wine? Drinking red wine so early in the morning? Yin Shixiang shook his head, dumbfounded. No. But I can buy it, no need. He Ji-chu turned around and sat on the sofa beside Gu Nianji's door. I'll wait for her here. He waited the entire day. Gu Nianji refused to open the door no matter how hard he tried to persuade her. The displeasure on He Ji-chu's face became more and more obvious. If Yin Shixiang hadn't been there, He Ji-chu would have kicked her in. Yin Shixiang saw that the situation wasn't looking good. He returned to his room and secretly called Zhao Liangzi. Nianji locked herself in her room for a day and a night. What should we do? She won't come out. Zhao Liangzi laughed. Do you have a dick? Can't you just open it? No, He Ji-chu is here. He's been trying to persuade her all day. How can I take out my dick in front of him? Yin Shixiang's voice was especially low. Zhao Liangzi froze. He turned to Hu Xiaoheng, who was sitting across from him. Hu Xiao, He Ji-chu has been trying to persuade Nianji in her apartment, but she won't come out. Big Xiong is getting anxious. Hu Xiaoheng pursed his lips. He crossed his arms and thought about it. He turned to leave without a word. Returning to his room, Hu Xiaoheng looked at his phone for a while before finally dialing Gu Nianji's number. He hadn't used this number in a long time. Gu Nianji hugged her legs as she sat on the bay windowsill. She heard her phone ring again. She didn't want to pick it up, but when she heard the long-awaited ringtone, Gu Nianji almost jumped off the windowsill. She stumbled to the bed and picked up her phone. It was Uncle Hua. She had waited so long. For 500 words, 2 chapters in one, including 3,300 monthly votes and chapters. No more at night. Mwah. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 148. Gu Nianji bit her lower lip and stared at the number she hadn't seen in a long time. Her fingers trembled as she unlocked the phone. Her eyes were rimmed with tears. But she fought back the tears and didn't cry. She pressed the phone tightly to her ear and didn't say a word. She had been in the United States for over a month, and Hu Xiaoheng hadn't called her even once. The last time she had secretly seen him was through a video call with Zhao Liangzi's phone. She had seen him smile at another woman that had made her angry and upset. She had thrown caution to the wind and gotten into a fight with Axayan Xingao and the Indian women's softball team. This must be the cause of her undeserved calamity. Gu Nianji suddenly felt very wronged. The Hu Xiaoheng who had once taken care of her, raised her, and supported her in everything was drifting further and further away from her. Was this the price of growing up? Hua Xiaoheng heard someone pick up, but didn't hear Gu Nianji's voice for a long time. He froze and instinctively looked at his phone. His occupational habit kicked in and he immediately wondered if Gu Nianji's phone had fallen into someone else's hands. Gu Nianji was currently in the United States, and Hua Xiaoheng didn't want anyone to know he was her true guardian. Just as he was about to hang up, Gu Nianji suddenly called out in a panic. "Uncle Hua. Is that Uncle Hua?" Hua Xiaoheng relaxed and grunted, "Yes." He held the phone with one hand and shoved the other into his military trouser pocket as he strode to the window. Outside the window, the first rays of dawn were peeking out. The sky was a faint purple haze and the forest was shrouded in mist. It was another morning at the military base. He hadn't slept all night, but he wasn't tired at all. Gu Nianji let out a long sigh and slowly exhaled the stifled feeling that had been stuck in her chest ever since she saw the court summons yesterday. She relaxed and sat on the floor under the windowsill. She arched her legs and curled into a ball in the corner of the room like a baby in its mother's womb. This was a manifestation of her insecurities. Hua Xiaoheng could hear Gu Nianji's faint breathing over the phone. He didn't say a word and waited quietly for a while until Gu Nianji's breathing became steady and smooth. He slowly said, "Nianji, what happened? Say it again." Gu Nianji held the phone in her hand and hesitated for a moment. She didn't dare lie to Hua Xiaoheng in the end, so she looked down and picked at the warp and weft lines on the bedsheet. She went through the events of the past few days in her head, then told Hua Xiaoheng everything from beginning to end. When she finished, she asked in a low, nasal voice, "Uncle Hua, did I cause you trouble?" After telling the whole story, Gu Nianji felt much better. She unclasped her legs and slowly stood up with the help of the wall. She walked to the bed and sat down. Talking could help people open up their blocked state of mind and ease their tense emotions. It was an important method and skill in psychology. In order to be a good guardian, Hua Xiaoheng had learned psychology from Qinlai back then. Listening to the change in Gu Nianji's voice and tone, he guessed that her mood had improved before saying, "It's not a big deal. You didn't do anything wrong, so don't be afraid." His voice was deep, rich, and magnetic. There was not the slightest bit of blame or perfunctory, only the right amount of concern and undisguised praise. "Oh. Really?" Gu Nianji immediately perked up, and her eyes sparkled. "You really think I didn't do anything wrong?" "I did hit her." She was actually quite afraid that Hua Xiaoheng would blame her for getting into a group fight. After all, she had always been a good girl in front of Hua Xiaoheng. She didn't expect that as soon as she left his side, all the bad traits in her personality would come out. Not only did she get into a fight, but she was now a defendant. She was most afraid that Hua Xiaoheng would be disappointed in her. He didn't need to say anything harsh, just a look of disappointment would make Gu Nianji's heart wrench. She would want nothing more than to jump off a building and shatter herself into pieces so that the wind would blow her away. She would disappear from this world forever so that she wouldn't embarrass herself in front of him. Hua Xiaoheng had a cold and hard personality, and comforting people had never been his forte. Therefore, he only said dryly, "She's a traitor. If I hit her, then I hit her. It's not like she's dead. Who cares about her mourning?" He stopped talking about the court summons and changed the topic. "Why aren't you eating? Big Xiong said you were locked up in the room for a day and a night." Gu Nianji pouted, her fingers twisting the edges of the pillow. "I'm not hungry. I don't want to eat." Stubborn again. Hua Xiaoheng turned around with his phone in hand. He crossed his arms and leaned against the windowsill. "Be a good girl and go eat. Didn't your professor wait for you outside all night?" Gu Nianji's curvy lips parted. After a long time, she finally said, "Uncle Hua, how did you know Professor waited here all night?" "Big Xiong said it." Hua Xiaoheng said casually, betraying Yin Shixiang without hesitation. "He also said that Professor apologized to you." Gu Nianji. Brother Xiong, come at me. I want to talk to you about life. Why aren't you saying anything? Hua Xiaoheng urged her. His eyes were cold. Did Big Xiong lie to me? No. No. Gu Nianji's shoulders slumped. Brother Xiong didn't lie to you. She knew the severity of the situation. Yin Shixiang was Hua Xiaoheng's subordinate. As a soldier, lying to his superior and disobeying orders was an unforgivable felony. Yeah. Hua Xiaoheng took out a cigarette from his trouser pocket. He flicked it in his hand but didn't light it. What did he do? Why did he apologize to you? Didn't Brother Xiong tell you? He did, but I want to hear it from you. Hua Xiaoheng was still unhurried, but his voice had an additional layer of pressure that only those who knew him well could sense. Gu Nianji happened to empathize with his emotional changes. She immediately said, Professor, he kicked me out of his house that day. I didn't have a car, so I walked alone for over an hour. I was so tired. Hua Xiaoheng finally took out his lighter and lit the cigarette. He lowered his head and took a drag. Don't throw a tantrum again. What did I teach you? A teacher for a day is a father for life. You must respect Professor He. Even if he's wrong, don't confront him directly. Avoid him immediately and tell little Zay or me later. If he's wrong, we'll stand up for you. Got it? Gu Nianji nodded vigorously. She didn't feel like she was being lectured at all. Instead, she beamed. She was very happy to be taught a lesson by Hua Xiaoheng. Uncle Hua, I'll remember. Oh, you mean Brother Zay? Why not Brother Xiong? Gu Nianji keenly caught the hidden meaning in Hua Xiaoheng's words. I plan to transfer Big Xiong back and send little Zay to the United States to take care of you. Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. Any objections? No, no objections. Gu Nianji paused. Isn't it because Brother Xiong did something wrong? He treats me very well and takes very good care of me. No, he has another mission. The pressure in Hua Xiaoheng's voice was gone. Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't because of her. Brother Xiong was gone and Brother Zay was here to take care of her. That was good too. Maybe she would have more opportunities to video call Uncle Hua. Gu Nianji's mood improved and her stomach began to feel hungry. She immediately growled in response. It was so loud that Hua Xiaoheng could hear it from the other end of the phone. He smiled. Okay, let's go eat. He paused, then instructed her, go out and apologize to Professor He. Thank him for standing up for you in this lawsuit. This was the first chapter. The second chapter should be 2 chapters in one. It should include 3,400 monthly votes and more chapters. Early August. Ask for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 149. Yes, yes, yes. Gu Nianji held the phone and nodded quickly. Her voice was soft and sweet, and Hua Xiaoheng could almost see her acting cute through the phone screen. His cold gaze gradually softened, and his fingers rubbed her phone number twice. His fingertips exerted force, and he finally pressed the end of the call. Gu Nianji heard the beep of the call ending and slowly put down the phone. She stood up and walked into the bathroom to see her flushed cheeks in the mirror. Her eyes were watery, and even her skin was in perfect condition. The glow seemed to come from the bottom of her skin, and she was fair and translucent from the inside out. Would the 2 people outside believe that she had been locked in the room for a day and night without eating anything? Gu Nianji patted her cheeks and washed her face. She changed into a pea-green t-shirt and white hot pants, and wore panda slippers. She opened the door and walked out. He Ji-chu heard the door open and instinctively turned to look. A young girl brimming with youth, extremely beautiful, delicate like the first dewdrop in the morning walked out of the house. She was almost glowing, attracting everyone's attention. Her smile was so sweet that it hurt Hijichu's eyes. He stared at her, his clear almond-shaped eyes suddenly becoming unreadable. He couldn't speak for a long time. Yin Shixiang rushed over and shouted, "Nianji! You're finally out." He took her hand and looked her up and down. He asked with concern, "Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you hungry? I made porridge here." Gu Nianji nodded, "Hungry, I'm so hungry. Brother Xiong, I want to eat white fungus and lotus seed porridge. The white fungus and lotus seeds have to be stewed and glutinous, no sugar." "I only made plain porridge," Yin Shixiang said angrily. "You talk to Professor He, I'll make white fungus and lotus seed porridge." He looked at Gu Nianji and knew that Huashao must have called. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so easy to talk to. Yin Shixiang went to the kitchen to make white fungus and lotus seed porridge with an electric pressure cooker. Gu Nianji sat with Hijichu in the living room to talk. "Professor He, thank you for coming to see me." Gu Nianji stood in front of Hijichu and bowed respectfully. Hijichu was a bit surprised but didn't show it. He smiled and crossed his legs. "Oh. Nianji, why are you being so polite? Are you not cursing me in your heart anymore?" Gu Nianji pursed her lips and put on a cute smile. "When did I? Am I such a naughty student in Professor He's eyes? You are my teacher, and I can't wait to respect you. How would I dare to scold you? I am very sorry for the trouble I have caused you this time." Hijichu looked at Gu Nianji's sparkling eyes and snickered. "Who are you trying to fool with that fake smile of yours?" Although he looked polite, his attitude was much more distant than 2 days ago. "I'm sincerely thanking you." "How can you say that I'm coaxing you?" Gu Nianji was unhappy. "I've never coaxed anyone in my life." "Oh. Then I'll be honored to be the first person Nianji coaxed. It's a worthwhile trip." Hijichu stood up lazily, his gaze lingering on Gu Nianji's flawless face for a moment. "I'm leaving. Eat your dinner. We'll go to school tomorrow and we'll discuss your trial for this case." Gu Nianji wasn't worried at all now that she had Hua Xiaoheng's words. She nodded with a smile. "Professor He is going to make them pay. You have that much confidence in me." Hijichu walked a few steps to the door and suddenly turned to look at her. "If you lose the case, you'll go to jail." Gu Nianji raised an arm and clenched her fist. If Professor He can't win a case like this, then the largest law firm in the United States must have made a mistake in choosing him as a partner. "I knew you were so young, but you're so cunning." Hijichu reached out again and patted Gu Nianji's head. "You can think about how you're going to defend yourself. We'll talk in my office tomorrow." Gu Nianji happily agreed and walked Hijichu to the apartment door. After Hijichu entered the elevator, Gu Nianji closed the door and walked to the kitchen. She crossed her arms and tapped her feet. She snorted at Yin Shixiang, who was busy making side dishes. Yin Shixiang had just put the white fungus and lotus seed glutinous rice porridge into the electric pressure cooker. He had set the timer for 20 minutes. He could use this time to make a few appetizers. When he heard Gu Nianji snort, Yin Shixiang turned to look at her in confusion. "What's wrong? Aren't you happy that Huashao is coaxing you?" "Uncle Hua doesn't know how to coax people." Gu Nianji snorted. "Brother Xiong, don't change the subject. Tell me, how much did you tell Uncle Hua about me?" "I told him everything." Yin Shixiang shrugged. "You know I have to report everything, no matter how big or small." "You..." Gu Nianji suddenly remembered how she had confidently told Yin Shixiang about her 6-month promise with Mei Xiaoan. She closed her eyes in frustration and hugged her head as she shook it. "Then you told him about me and Mei Xiaoan?" "Of course I did." Yin Shixiang curled his lips at her and turned to continue cutting vegetables. "I'm telling you, since you've agreed to a 6-month time limit, you need to be careful yourself. Don't attract too many admirers. When did I attract admirers? Gu Nianji sneered. I don't have Professor He's amorous eyes. Tisk tsk, are you envious? Do you want Brother Xiong to pay for you to have plastic surgery in another country and get a pair of amorous eyes too? No way. My eyes are fine, I don't want plastic surgery. Gu Nianji crossed her arms and paced in the kitchen. She was frustrated. Uncle Hu called me just now, but he didn't mention this. What is it? My 6-month agreement with Mei Xiaoan. What's there to mention? Yin Shixiang thought Gu Nianji was making a mountain out of a molehill. Besides, this is your personal problem. Hua Xiao is only your guardian. Why should he care? As long as Mei Xiaoan doesn't mistreat you, Hua Xiao and I will be happy to see it happen. Really? Gu Nianji was at a loss. She wasn't unhappy, but she wasn't unhappy either. She shook her head and stopped thinking about it. Call me when the porridge is ready. I'm so hungry I don't even want to go online. Oh. That's serious. Children don't even want to go online. I believe you're really hungry. Yin Shixiang mocked her. He waved the spatula at her and chased her out of the kitchen. Yin Shixiang called for her shortly after Gu Nianji returned to her room. He told her the porridge was ready. There were also 2 light side dishes, vinegar shredded potatoes and salad. She ate happily. She finished 3 bowls of porridge and all the side dishes. Early the next morning, Gu Nianji carried her backpack downstairs to go to He Zhichu's office at the law school. Yin Shixiang went downstairs with her. He wanted to drive her. They had only taken a few steps downstairs to the parking lot when Yin Shixiang suddenly took Gu Nianji's hand and whispered in her ear. Someone's following us. Gu Nianji looked down with a smile. She got into the car with Yin Shixiang like nothing had happened. They didn't say much after they got in the car. Yin Shixiang took out the anti-eavesdropping device to scan the car. He found it had been bugged. If Yin Shixiang wasn't a master at doing this, normal people wouldn't have been able to detect it. Gu Nianji kept her mouth shut and didn't say a word. She drove to the law school with Yin Shixiang. Yin Shixiang winked at her. You have class today. Remember to come back early. This car needs an oil change. I'll do it after I pick you up. Gu Nianji nodded knowingly. I still have class. I'm not in the mood to go to class. They didn't say anything else after that. They drove to the Harvard campus. From the rearview mirror, Yin Shixiang saw a silver-gray Honda Accord slowly following behind them. He chuckled and said to Gu Nianji, "We're almost there. Get ready to get out." He then gestured for her to hold on tight. Gu Nianji quickly reached out to pull the ring on the roof. They were on an uphill road. Yin Shixiang suddenly stepped on the gas and sped up. Seeing this, the silver-gray sedan that was tailing them also sped up and followed. Just as the car appeared in Yin Shixiang's rearview mirror again, Yin Shixiang slammed on the brakes. Screech! Screech! Boom! The person in the car behind them didn't expect the car in front to slow down so quickly. Before he could react, he heard a crash. His car had already rear-ended the SUV in front of him. Since they had rear-ended the car, they could only get out of the car and exchange the phone number of the insurance company. But before the person in the Honda could get out of the car, he suddenly realized his car was moving again. Not only was it moving, but it was also moving backward. The person was stunned. What happened? Why was the car he rear-ended sliding backward? It wasn't actually sliding backward. Yin Shixiang was quietly stepping on the gas and reversing. Although his SUV was second-hand, it was much sturdier than the nondescript Honda Accord the person following them was driving. Not only was he fine after being rear-ended, but he could also reverse step by step. Oh! Gu Nianji screamed, "Help! Help!" The students on the boulevard saw this scene and quickly moved out of the way. Bicyclists, drivers, walkers, and skateboarders all scurried away. What they saw was that after the silver Honda Accord rear-ended the SUV in front of them, the SUV lost control and kept sliding backward. It was getting faster and faster, pushing the Honda Accord down as well. The person in the Honda Accord snapped out of his daze and desperately tried to jump out of the car. Yin Shixiang saw this from the rearview mirror and sneered. He pushed the SUV even harder and pushed the Honda Accord off the boulevard and into a tree on the side of the road. The SUV's sturdy frame and acceleration caused the Honda Accord to be sandwiched between the tree and the SUV. "Let's go." Yin Shixiang unbuckled Gu Nianji's seatbelt and rushed out of the SUV with her in his arms. They jumped out of the car and rolled a few times on the grass before quickly getting up and running towards the boulevard while shouting, "Help!" Behind them, there was a huge explosion and a string of flames shot up into the sky from the two cars. It only took a few seconds for the two cars to be reduced to empty skeletons. The person in the Honda didn't run out. Gu Nianji suddenly recalled the car accident from 6 years ago. She clutched Yin Shixiang's shirt tightly, her entire body trembling. Her face was pale and her eyes almost lost focus. Yin Shixiang's expression was cold and stern as he glared at the car. He looked down, but his gaze became gentle. He hugged her in his arms and patted her back to comfort her. They stood on the side of the road and heard the sirens of the police cars approaching them. There were many witnesses to the sudden car accident and everyone ran over to comfort Yin Shixiang and Gu Nianji. When they saw Gu Nianji's frightened expression, everyone panicked and suggested to Yin Shixiang to take Gu Nianji to the doctor. Yin Shixiang laughed coldly. "We have to wait here for the police to come or we don't know what will happen." As he spoke, he took out his phone and called He Zhichu. He said briefly, "Professor He, we're in trouble again." He Zhichu was both angry and shocked when he heard Yin Shixiang's call. He was angry because Lieutenant Colonel Peter was too daring. They had already filed a lawsuit, but they still sent people to follow them. What surprised him was that the people around Gu Nianji were either too powerful or too lucky. They had only followed them, but they had turned the tables on them and killed them. But they definitely wouldn't be able to get any evidence. He Zhichu quickly drove over and found that the two cars had already been towed away. A police officer stayed behind to record the statement from Yin Shixiang, as well as several students and Harvard staff who had volunteered to be witnesses. They all said the same thing, saying that the car behind rear-ended the SUV in front, and then because it was uphill, the SUV lost control and slid down the slope, causing the Honda that rear-ended it to crash into a tree by the side of the road. Luckily, the two people in the SUV had run away quickly. Otherwise, they would have been burnt to a crisp like the people in the Honda behind them. The police officer who came to record the statement was experienced and had seen all kinds of strange car accidents. This wasn't the first time he had seen a car crash that failed to rear-end and ended up being ruined, so he didn't make a fuss. He Zhichu stood beside Gu Nianji and saw that her face was frighteningly pale. Her bright eyes seemed to have lost their light. "Nianji." He called her quietly. Gu Nianji froze for a long time before looking up at He Zhichu. "Professor." "He." She spoke very slowly, enunciating each word as if she had just regained the ability to speak. "You must have been scared, right?" He Zhichu patted her head. Seeing that she wasn't avoiding him anymore, he reached down and grabbed her hand to take her away. "It's okay now. Come to my office with me and have a hot drink to calm yourself down." For 000 words, 2 chapters in 1, including 3,400 monthly votes and chapters. There was no more at night. Mwah. Chapter 150. He Zhichu's fingers were slender and warm as he held Gu Nianji's small hand in his palm. His expression was cold, but his shimmering almond-shaped eyes looked at Gu Nianji with great concern. Gu Nianji looked at Yin Shixiang and tried to free her hand from He Jichu's grasp, but he reflexively held it tightly. "Are you the car owner? Our sheriff has something to ask you." Just then, a police officer walked over to call Yin Shixiang over for questioning. Yin Shixiang put an arm around Gu Nianji's shoulder and tilted his head to look at He Jichu. "Professor He, I'll entrust Nianji to you. When I'm done here, I'll pick her up at the law school building." "Okay, no problem. I have a few assistants over there, and we're going to discuss her case. Come over later and listen in." He Jichu nodded and tightened his grip on Gu Nianji's hand. Yin Shixiang let go of Gu Nianji. "Go, I'll come find you in a bit." Gu Nianji glanced at him again before following He Jichu's strength to turn around and walk to his car. He Jichu opened the door and helped her in. Gu Nianji's face was pale, her eyes wide and lifeless. Even her reactions were slower than before. He Jichu didn't say anything else. After getting in the car, he started it and drove to his office. When they arrived at He Jichu's office at the law school, he personally made her a cappuccino with double milk and sugar. "Here, have some." He Jichu placed the plain blue and white coffee cup in front of Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji didn't take it. She only looked up at him with timid eyes. There was a storm brewing in the depths of her eyes, but it was hidden by the fog. Her mind was sometimes clear and sometimes confused. She always felt some memories stirring and wanting to break through the soil, but when she really tried to think, she found it was empty. There was no trace at all. Could it be that I'm someone without a past? For some reason, this thought suddenly flashed through Gu Nianji's mind. He Jichu held the coffee cup and didn't get a response from Gu Nianji for a long time. He carefully looked at Gu Nianji's eyes and had an idea. He took her to sit on the two-seater sofa and let her sit in his arms. He called her quietly. "Nianji. Nianji." Gu Nianji's eyes followed his voice and looked at him in confusion. "Would you like a cappuccino? Didn't you say this was your favorite?" He raised the coffee cup to Gu Nianji's lips. The cappuccino with double sugar milk exuded a strong milky fragrance that lingered in Gu Nianji's nose. It was the best way to soothe her mind. She slowly opened her mouth. He Jichu pursed his lips and let her lean against his chest as if he were feeding a baby. He supported her head and brought the cup of coffee to her mouth. "Drink it." Gu Nianji closed her eyes and began to sip the coffee in He Jichu's hand. From He Jichu's angle, he could see that her long eyelashes were like 2 rows of small fans that covered her inky black pupils. Under the tall and delicate bridge of her nose, her lips, which were like water chestnuts, were tightly pressed against the edge of the coffee cup as she gulped down the warm cappuccino. Coffee, sugar, and milk, each of which could soothe a nervous, restless mind, and the combined effect was even better. Gu Nianji's heartbeat and pulse gradually returned to normal. Seeing Gu Nianji like this, He Jichu's expression instantly changed. There was anger, anxiety, and unwillingness, but also heartache, pity, and affection. There was even a trace of emotion that he didn't want to think about. After finishing the entire cup of cappuccino, Gu Nianji raised her head and lifted her lips from the cup. She pushed the coffee cup with her hand to indicate that she had finished. He Jichu placed the coffee cup on the small coffee table beside the two-seater sofa but didn't leave. He still held Gu Nianji in his arms. His large hand pressed against the center of her back as he looked down at her. His cool voice was almost right next to Gu Nianji's ear. "What happened? Are you scared?" Gu Nianji blinked and finally woke up from the after-effects of the car accident. When she saw He Jichu's enigmatic and handsome face so close to her, she instinctively reached out and pushed his face away. She stood up and said, "Professor He, you can sit. I'll just stand." He Jichu leaned back from Gu Nianji's push, and when he turned around, she had already jumped away from his position. The tall girl stood in front of him and looked at him with a frown, an unhappy expression on her face. Not scared anymore. Ji-Chu simply took up the entire two-seater sofa. He crossed his legs and rested one hand on the back of the sofa. Why are you standing? Sit over there. He pointed to the single-seater sofa across from him. Gu Nianji had been in a daze ever since she saw the fire from the car accident. Ji-Chu had brought her back, made her coffee, and fed her. She had felt it, but it hadn't entered her mind. Now that she was fully awake, she said unhappily, Professor He, don't treat me like a child. I'm already an adult. She thought about it and continued, I'll be 18 in 2 months. Ji-Chu had been completely treating her like a child when he fed her coffee. He had only stopped short of burping after feeding her. Also, he was a professor. A teacher for a day was a father for life. Was it really okay for him to sit so close to her? Gu Nianji just wanted to stay as far away from him as possible. She took a few steps back and sat on the single-seater sofa across from him. Ji-Chu dialed the intercom nonchalantly and called a few people over. Nianji is here. Come to my office for a meeting. He had originally planned to take Gu Nianji to the conference room for the meeting. But seeing that she had just been frightened, Ji-Chu decided to let her stay in a familiar environment. That way, it could soothe her fear and anxiety. Soon, 4 or 5 men in suits and leather shoes appeared at Ji-Chu's office door with laptops and briefcases. Let's go over there. Ji-Chu stood up and walked to the small conference area in his office. His office was very large. Other than the outer office, there was also a small suite, a small conference room, and a guest room. Gu Nianji followed him in and sat down. Ji-Chu sat next to her. His long, slender fingers tapped on the table. What do you guys think about this case? Ji-Chu's subordinates were all elite lawyers from the largest law firm in the United States. Gu Nianji's case wasn't considered big or small. The key was the military's attitude. However, the military's attitude was currently unclear, so they also felt that it was a bit tricky. The plans they came up with were all superficial. One look and it was obvious that they didn't know the right direction to go. Gu Nianji propped her head up with her hand and listened silently. Her eyes fell on the sunlight that leaked in through the blinds. Dust danced in the beam of light. She listened absent-mindedly. Nianji. Nianji. Ji-Chu called her twice before she came back to her senses. Professor He. What is it? What do you think about this case? I'm the defendant. Does Professor He want me to defend myself? Gu Nianji glanced sideways at him with a kind of fearless calmness. Of course I won't let you defend yourself. Just assume that this is someone else's case. How are you going to deal with it? Ji-Chu leaned toward her. This is also an excellent opportunity for training. Gu Nianji smiled. Her eyes swept across the uneasy faces of the elite lawyers. She sat up straight and clasped her hands together on the table. Then I'll be straightforward. The things you prepared are all rubbish. This is the first chapter. The second chapter should be 2 chapters in one, including 3,500 monthly votes. Early August, asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. P.S. Yesterday's group activity was really lively. Oh, intersection_intersection, oh. The group members who won prizes received 10,000 Chidian coins, 8,000 Chidian coins, and 5,000 Chidian coins sponsored by the leader of Hoopfish Internet. All the members who participated in the group received prizes. Later on, there was also a huge red packet given by the group members. Okay, everyone was typing so fast that I couldn't keep up with it at all. In just a few minutes, there were already hundreds of records. This time, the group activity was even more lively than the last. I believe that the next group activity will be even more successful than this one. Thank you to Hoopfish Internet for organizing this activity. Thank you to all the members who participated. I hope everyone can speak up more. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 151. Trash. The white lawyer sitting next to Hijichu repeated Gunyenji's words with a displeased expression. Are you talking about trash? Yes, trash, trash. As Gunyenji spoke, she stood up and dragged the 5 defense reports on the table over. She crumpled them into a ball and threw them with her right hand. The ball of paper drew a beautiful arc in the air and landed in the trash can in the corner. That's the only place they should go. Gunyenji sat down leisurely. Her face was as soft and sweet as a manga girl's, but her words were sharp and venomous. Do you know who we are? Do you know how many cases we've won? Do you know how much time we spent helping you write this defense report? Do you know who you're messing with? Do you know how much risk we have to take to help you fight this case? The white lawyer spat out a string of English words quickly and anxiously, but you don't care and throw our efforts into the trash can. I refuse to defend people like you. He stood up and shifted his gaze to Hijichu. Mr. He, please forgive me for being unable to help. Gunyenji squinted at Hijichu and sneered. Professor He, this is your right-hand man. TSK. Before Hijichu could speak, Gunyenji looked at the lawyer who had announced that he was withdrawing. What's your name? John Vanderbilt. The man said his surname proudly. Vanderbilt was indeed a relatively famous surname in the upper class of American society. There was no doubt that most of the people in this family were elites. Gunyenji nodded. May I ask how much your annual salary is? The man blushed. Salary is a private matter, you have no right to ask. I'm asking on behalf of Professor He. Gunyenji raised her chin arrogantly, even more arrogant than the man. I think your annual salary must be very high to be Professor He's subordinate, right? Did they hire you with such a high annual salary just to let you fight a car accident lawsuit? Pfft, the other 4 white lawyers sitting still couldn't help but laugh. Their eyes flashed with ridicule as they winked at the lawyer who was about to leave. John, I won't be sending you off. We won't have to worry about being eliminated this year after you leave. We can't agree to anything more, but we won't be preparing a farewell party for you. Gunyenji keenly sensed that these lawyers didn't get along with each other, so she immediately said, That's right. As lawyers, survival of the fittest is normal. Otherwise, if we can't win the case, it will harm everyone's interests. That person immediately felt that he was too impulsive, but he had already reached the door. It would be too shameful to turn back immediately. Just as he was hesitating, Hijichu nodded slightly. John, go take your annual leave. The man's face immediately paled, and his lips quivered. He wanted to give in, but when he saw Gunyenji's disdainful expression, he couldn't swallow it no matter how hard he tried. He nodded impulsively. Okay, then you guys get back to work. He turned to leave. His hurried footsteps rang out in the hallway, contrasting the silence in Hijichu's office. After a long time, Hijichu finally looked at Gunyenji. His expression was cold and indifferent. All right, you said those things were trash. Then what do you have that isn't trash to share with us? Gunyenji smiled at the other 4 lawyers. I've just heard all of your defense reports, and I really feel that they were useless. I don't believe that you think that kind of report can help me win this case. Miss Gu, this is exactly what we are hesitating about. Gunyenji's behavior just now, as well as Hijichu's protection of her, made the remaining 4 lawyers not dare to treat her lightly. They said solemnly, how this case is fought is not up to us, but up to the military. We only know how to deal with the results the military wants to achieve. Is that so? Gunyenji looked at Hijichu. Professor He, have you always prepared like this in the past? He Ji-chu grunted. Do you have any good ideas? Gu Nianji thought about it and said confidently, I'll just talk about my own ideas. If it's not enough, or if you think it's wrong, please don't hesitate to enlighten me. Go ahead. He Ji-chu leaned back in his chair and glanced at his subordinates. He said coldly, Nianji is only a student who just graduated from university. Don't let her leave you guys too far behind. He didn't actually mean to let her leave them too far behind, but to not let her leave them too far behind. How much did Mr. He think of this little girl who looked like a high school student? The 4 elite law firms sat upright and still, looking very serious and vigilant. However, all of them were crazily complaining in their hearts. I must have heard wrong. How could he be left behind by a little girl who doesn't even have a law license? Did Mr. He drink too much red wine this morning? Although Mr. He never makes a mistake, I think he must have made a mistake this time. No matter how smart a student is, it's only limited to exams. As for going to court, that's another matter. Mr. He is probably addicted to being a professor. What's with going to court? I didn't hear that boss humiliating my intelligence like that. Gu Nianji also complained in her heart, Professor He, is it really okay for you to put me on the chopping block like this? Her eyes turned slightly, and her gaze returned from He Ji-chu's handsome profile. She looked down at the conference table in front of her and picked up a piece of white paper. She began to speak and write as she spoke, then I'll throw out a brick to start a jade. First of all, I agree with your premise that the military's attitude is unclear, but I disagree with your conclusion that we can't prepare because of this. Then Miss Gu, in a situation where the military's attitude is unclear, how do you plan to prepare? It's very simple. I think that the military's attitude actually depends on our attitude. Gu Nianji looked up and glanced at the faces of the 4 lawyers one by one. If we press forward step by step, don't let go of any clues, and fight the military head-on, they will shrink back. In short, the military also doesn't know how far we will go, so they can't decide how to deal with me or us. So what we have to do is show our determination and let them see how far we will go. Americans were like this. They never set a bottom line for themselves because their bottom line wasn't a fixed value at all. It was a bottomless abyss that constantly broke through according to the strength of their opponent. So when they see your determination and strength, they know where their bottom line is. As soon as the 4 lawyers heard this, they knew that this beautiful girl, who looked like a high school student, had some skills. No wonder Mr. He had such high praise for her. Continue. He Ji-chu nodded as expected, a hint of an encouraging smile on his face. With the right direction, the rest of the journey would be easy. However, Gu Nianji not only found the right direction, but also a shortcut. Also, I'm not 18 yet, so I'm still a minor. The military is suing a minor. Have they thought about the consequences if they lose the case? The atmosphere in the small conference room suddenly became lively. Miss Gu is still a minor. Is this true? She actually graduated from university. And she's Professor He's graduate student. No wonder Professor He said not to leave us too far behind. The strong only obeyed those who were stronger than them. Gu Nianji's few words demonstrated the quality of debate had already made them look at her in a new light. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and smiled lightly. She stole a glance at He Ji-chu. Her gaze was a mixture of pride, joy, and pride. He Ji-chu looked at her quietly and was speechless for a long time. After a long time, he finally took out a copy of his defense report and handed it to everyone in the small conference room, including Gu Nianji's. As you can see, Nianji is indeed very talented. Don't embarrass me. The 4 lawyers looked at the defense report He Ji-chu had personally drawn up, and sweat beaded on their foreheads. He Ji-chu's 2 key points were exactly the same as what Gu Nianji had just mentioned. This meant that these 2 points were indeed the key points of this lawsuit. Hijichu also pushed a copy for Gu Nianji to see. Gu Nianji asked with a smile, "Professor, he personally drafted it?" Hijichu nodded. "It's exactly as you thought. Nianji, you really didn't disappoint me." Gu Nianji glanced at him with a smile and said humbly, "Professor He, you flatter me, but I did try very hard to prepare." Looking down, Gu Nianji quickly read through it and exclaimed, "I only proposed 2 ideas, but Professor He came up with a complete plan. Professor He, you're even better." The 4 lawyers in front of her didn't want to speak anymore. It turned out that the little girl didn't even see them as opponents. Her target was their big boss, Mr. He. Hijichu's plan was indeed perfect. He first proposed that Gu Nianji was not yet 18, so she would be tried by the juvenile court. This meant that according to the juvenile protection law, Gu Nianji's case couldn't be tried in public, her social records couldn't be entered, and she couldn't be reported in any media. Her identity also had to be kept a secret from the outside world. Otherwise, it would be illegal. If it was leaked, the other party would immediately lose the case and wouldn't even have to fight the lawsuit. Then it would be time to refute the other party's accusations. This was something his subordinates could implement. The difference between subordinates and bosses was sometimes in finding the general direction. After the meeting, the 4 lawyers took Hijichu's plan back to prepare their statements. When In Shixiang arrived, the lawyers had just left. He overheard Hijichu say a few words and knew that they had already come up with a plan. He quickly asked, "So when are we going to court?" Hijichu smiled. "This is all thanks to Lieutenant Colonel Peter. He was so anxious that he pulled all sorts of strings to make sure the trial could start as soon as possible. So we'll be in court next week." If Xan Xingao and Lieutenant Colonel Peter hadn't been so anxious, according to normal American court procedures, the case would have to be filed, accepted, and then scheduled. In the end, Xan Xingao's case against Gu Nianji would only be heard next year. And if it really had to be next year, Xan Xingao wouldn't be able to pretend to be dumb until next year, so all sorts of reasons had led them to overlook the most important one. Gu Nianji was not yet 18, so legally speaking, she was still a minor. A week later, Xan Xingao's case against Gu Nianji was officially heard in the Boston Federal District Court. A nurse pushed Xan Xingao, who sat in a wheelchair with her head bandaged and eyes glazed over, to the plaintiff's stand. Lieutenant Colonel Peter was dressed casually and sat in the last row. He couldn't hide the smug smile on his face. The courtroom entrance was crowded with reporters and media. Although they couldn't enter the courtroom, they could interview and record outside. Of course, Lieutenant Colonel Peter was the one who had leaked the case to the media. Xan Xingao wanted this case to have a huge publicity effect and warn all Xia Empire's international students not to cross Xan Xingao. Otherwise, she could put them in jail at any time. 10 minutes before the start of the trial, Hijichu walked in with 4 elite lawyers. Gu Nianji wasn't there. When they saw that Hijichu was representing Gu Nianji in court, the reporters were instantly excited. They carried cameras and video equipment and sprinted over, aiming their microphones at Hijichu. "Mr. He, are you going to be the defense lawyer yourself?" As far as we know, Mr. He has never appeared in court as a defense lawyer since winning the congressional wiretapping case 3 years ago. "May I ask why you're personally appearing in court this time?" Hijichu wore a dark gray 3-piece suit with a snow-white iron-free shirt underneath. It made his face look as cold as ice. He stopped in his tracks and spoke clearly to the reporters who aimed their cameras and microphones at him. "Please take back your equipment and delete all reports related to this case. My client is a minor. You all know the consequences of violating the law on the protection of minors. It was undeniable that the United States did a much better job protecting the privacy of minors than any other country. They were also very strict in their enforcement of the law. The media might have been able to fight back in other areas, but when it came to the protection of minors, no one dared to enter this minefield." As soon as they heard Hijichu's stern announcement, countless reporters' expressions changed. They immediately put away their equipment and microphones and deleted all prepared reports. Not only did they delete the reports, but they also called their websites, newspapers, television stations, and radio stations to immediately investigate and delete all content related to the case. When they were done, they saw that He Ji-chu had already walked into the courtroom and stood before the judge. Your Honor, the first request I submit to the court today on behalf of my client is to counterclaim that the Boston Federal District Court accepted a case that does not fall within its jurisdiction without verification. He Ji-chu said coldly as he handed over Gu Nianji's birth certificate, passport, and the relevant legal provisions. The judge looked through it and was extremely embarrassed. He cursed Lieutenant Colonel Peter and the military in his heart for forcing him to file a case without a thorough investigation and to immediately start the trial. He knew it. When would there ever be a good outcome from going against He Ji-chu? This was the second chapter with 2 chapters and 14,000 words. It included 3,500 monthly votes. She wanted to roll around and beg for monthly votes and recommendation votes. She fell from the top 10 monthly votes. P.S. This kind of sissy novel charges money by word count. It's only 5 cents for 1,000 words. Everyone can calculate it themselves. It's really not expensive. I hope everyone can support the original version. This chapter was more expensive than the previous one because the word count was double that of the previous one. Also, the website decides the price. It has nothing to do with me. I can't adjust the price. Chapter 152. The judge of the Boston Federal District Court was in his late 60s and had long since gone bald. His bald head gleamed under the courtroom lights and he appeared to be sweating, or perhaps he was sweating. He glared at He Ji-chu, his hands trembling for a long time before he finally rapped the gavel on the table and announced loudly, "Silence. Since the defendant is a minor, this court has no jurisdiction over minors. The complaint is dismissed and the defendant is not guilty. Court is dismissed." The judge left in a hurry. He had made a huge mistake this time, and He Ji-chu would never let him off the hook. He had to discuss this with the military brass and see if they could plead on his behalf. He was about to retire and couldn't lose his pension because of this. Lieutenant Colonel Peter didn't expect that the battle would be lost before it even started. He angrily spat out the chewing gum in his mouth, and it stuck to the wall beside him. He got up and left quietly. When he reached the door, he turned around and shot a look at the nurse pushing Xian Xingao to court. The nurse understood and pushed Xian Xingao away. The crowd in the courtroom made way for them and watched them go in silence. He Ji-chu watched them leave with a cold expression. When Lieutenant Colonel Peter looked over, He Ji-chu smiled back with his hands in his trouser pockets and didn't back down. Lieutenant Colonel Peter also grinned and turned to leave. He Ji-chu knew this wasn't over yet. As expected, within 2 days, another subpoena was sent to Gu Nianji's apartment. This time it was for her guardian because she was underage. The court to prosecute her was the Juvenile Court of the Boston Federal District Court. This court specialized in criminal cases involving minors between the ages of 10 and 18. However, it wasn't open to the public and didn't require a jury. It was entirely up to the judge. The judge had to have unquestionable evidence to convict. It was much more difficult to judge than adult criminal cases. He Ji-chu had prepared his arguments for the juvenile court. He wanted to see how far the U.S. military would go on Xian Xingao's behalf. Gu Nianji was also prepared to go to court. Because it was a strictly confidential juvenile court, she didn't have to worry about her identity being exposed or becoming the center of attention. "Nianji, go to bed early. I'll wake you up tomorrow morning." Zhao Liangze knocked on her door. 2 weeks had passed, and Zhao Liangze had taken care of her instead of Yin Shixiang. Yin Shixiang had been transferred back to the Huaxia Empire a week ago, and Zhao Liangze had replaced him. Gu Nianji reluctantly exited the forum and turned off her computer. She rubbed her eyes and smiled. Xan Xingao must hate me so much. She's just a fool, and yet she still dares to go around slandering me. It must have been tough on her. Zhao Liangze was a very talented computer expert. He was the top boss of the Blue Star Hacker Alliance before he was 18 years old. Later, he was recruited by Hu Xiaoheng and became his assistant. The first thing he did when he arrived was monitor Xian Xingao's computer and phone. It had to be said that compared to Yin Shixiang, Zhao Liangze was more suited to the American environment. Everything was done online, which could reduce a lot of the trouble of tracking and stalking. Zhao Liangze laughed. It's okay. The more she does, the easier it is to expose her. Don't worry, I've already taken screenshots of all the records. The first order of business tomorrow is to request the court to seize Xian Xingao's computer and mobile phone. Actually, as a fool, it's easy for her to shift the blame to someone else. For example, someone else used her computer or hacked it. Gu Nianji turned off the computer. But the reason we're doing this is to warn her that her every move is under our control. We want her to stop doing things that harm others without benefiting herself. Otherwise, when the time comes to expose her, I'm afraid she won't be able to survive in this industry if she doesn't change her name or even get plastic surgery. You have a point. I'll give all the evidence to Lawyer He tomorrow and see how he handles it. Zhao Liangze turned off the lights for her and left the room. The next day was the day of her court appearance. Gu Nianji changed into a white round-neck silk blouse with butterfly sleeves and a navy blue A-line skirt that just fell to her knees. She wore a pair of white sneakers and a backpack. Her hair was loose behind her back and only a hairband held it in place. On her fair, delicate face, a pair of large, clear, black and white eyes with a built-in contact lens effect made her look very obedient. If there had been a jury, she would have won the favor of the jurors as soon as she appeared in court. Unfortunately, there was no jury this time, and the judge this time was an old virgin in her 40s, Judy. She had a physical disgust for delicate young girls like Gu Nianji. When Gu Nianji learned that the judge was Judy, she had prepared herself. If the judge deliberately made things difficult for her, she would have no choice but to provoke her. When the judge was angry, it was easy to make mistakes. Let's go. Zhao Liangze walked out of his room and looked at her. He handed his phone to Gu Nianji. It's Hu Xiao. What? Gu Nianji's eyes were as dazzling as Christmas lights that had suddenly lit up on Christmas night. Zhao Liangze looked away and opened the door to leave. Gu Nianji followed him out the door, her phone in her hand. Uncle Hua. Yes, we're going to court today. Are you ready? Hu Xiaoheng's voice was unhurried, as if he had everything under control. Gu Nianji nodded solemnly as she walked into the elevator. I'm ready. Just wait for my good news, Uncle Hua. Hu Xiaoheng smiled. Remember to thank Professor He. Ask him how much his fee is after you're done. I won't let him work for us for free. Gu Nianji froze. To be honest, she hadn't expected He Zhichu to charge money for her lawsuit equals. As soon as Hu Xiaoheng brought it up, she suddenly realized that she was being too naive. No matter how nice He Zhichu was to her, business was business. She still had to collect the legal fees. If he didn't mention it now, he would probably have his assistant tell her after the lawsuit was over. The thought of He Zhichu's assistant, Wen Shui, made Gu Nianji feel even more uncomfortable. She wanted to throw money at that smiling face of hers with a knife in it. However, He Zhichu was a top-notch lawyer, and he was personally defending her in court. The fee must be a lot. It might even be an astronomical figure. Where would she get that much money? Gu Nianji began to worry. She bit her lip and murmured, should I ask Professor He if I can pay in installments? Hu Xiaoheng couldn't help laughing when he saw that Gu Nianji was worried about money. You don't have to worry. Just be a good girl. However, Gu Nianji felt even more uncomfortable asking Hu Xiaoheng to pay for her legal fees. Although Uncle Hu was quite rich, she couldn't let him spend money on her again, and that much at that. If Uncle Hu's girlfriend found out, she would be disgusted even if she didn't say anything. As Gu Nianji entered the elevator, she suddenly remembered that Hu Xiaoheng had given her the apartment in Fenya precinct. That's right, if she sold the apartment, she should be able to cover the legal fees. She instantly beamed and said to Hu Xiaoheng over the phone, I'll be a good girl and won't cause any more trouble. I'll discuss the legal fees with Professor He. Don't worry, Uncle Hua. We'll talk about it after the lawsuit is over. Let's not affect Lawyer He's mood right now. Hu Xiaoheng said leisurely. He flicked his cigarette a few times, leaving a few trails of ash. Yeah, that's for sure. Gu Nianji hung up. Her sweet smile nearly overflowed the entire elevator. This was Monday. Asking for monthly and recommendation votes on Monday. Especially recommendation votes. Monthly votes for 3,600 plus updates for the second watch. Around 1 o'clock p.m. Third watch around 7 o'clock p.m. Chapter 153. In the elevator, Zhao Liangzi gave her a sidelong glance and shook his head without saying anything. When the elevator reached the ground floor, they walked out of the apartment to see a yellow Hummer parked in front of the door. He Zhichu had sent a private car to take them to court. Gu Nianji helped Zhao Liangzi out of the car. Zhao Liangzi narrowed his eyes and looked inside the car before raising his eyebrows at Gu Nianji with a smile. This car is quite something. Gu Nianji touched the car and windows and giggled quietly as she mouthed to Zhao Liangzi, bulletproof. It seemed like He Zhichu was on high alert after their car had been rear-ended last time. However, the person who had been following them hadn't wanted their lives, but had only wanted to investigate their whereabouts. Yin Shixiang had been the one who had actually tried to kill them. Gu Nianji truly felt that He Zhichu was overthinking things. When they arrived at the entrance of the juvenile court, He Zhichu was already waiting there. Today, he was wearing a light gray, thin-wool three-piece suit with a silver-gray tie. His striped, moon-white, iron-free shirt was tailored to his body, as if it was tailor-made. Gu Nianji walked towards him. Professor He. Coming. He Zhichu nodded at her. Let's go in. He reached out to support Gu Nianji's waist and waved his other arm in front of him to lead Gu Nianji into the courtroom. The onlookers were in an uproar. With He Zhichu's status in the American legal community, it was rare for him to be able to take care of his clients like a rookie lawyer. Gu Nianji's actions immediately made everyone look at her in a new light. After Gu Nianji entered the courtroom, she sat with He Zhichu at the defendant's stand. Xan Xingao was still sitting blankly in the plaintiff's stand with a nurse by her side, as well as the lawyer and the government prosecutor. When the time was up, Judge Judy announced that the court was in session and closed the doors. No one was allowed to take photos or videos, and cell phones were not allowed in the courtroom. Gu Nianji stood up and placed her hand on the Bible to swear that everything she had said was the truth and not a single lie. After making the oath, she glanced at Xan Xingao and thought to herself that the plaintiff should also make this kind of oath. Of course, as a fool, Xan Xingao couldn't even speak. It was the lawyer and the prosecutor who spoke. The bailiff took away the Bible. Judge Judy looked at Gu Nianji in disgust and said with a straight face, Gu, do you plead guilty? Gu Nianji looked down and ignored her. This was the time for her lawyer to speak. As expected, He Zhichu stood up and nodded to Judge Judy. Your Honor, my client pleads not guilty. I want to plead not guilty for my client. Judge Judy's gaze shifted to He Zhichu and she visibly relaxed. Her voice was much gentler. Lawyer He, have you thought it through? I don't think it's possible to deny such a case with such conclusive evidence. Deny it? Hijichu's shimmering almond-shaped eyes flashed, and his thin lips were almost pressed into a straight line. I never deny false evidence that is fabricated out of thin air. I only refute it. Judge Judy's face was suddenly covered with a layer of frost. Refute? Which piece of evidence can you refute? I'm all ears. First, Mr. Prosecutor, please read out their conclusive evidence. Hijichu glanced coldly at the plaintiff's stand and sat down. Judge Judy realized she had just made a procedural error. She immediately coughed and urged the plaintiff's prosecutor. What does the plaintiff have to say? The prosecutor stood up from the plaintiff's stand and read the prepared indictment. Defendant Gu Nianji used a bat to seriously injure plaintiff Axayan Xingao during a softball game at 10 a.m. on July 16. Her right wrist was fractured and the blow to the head resulted in a concussion. This later became irreversible and the plaintiff's IQ was reduced to that of a 3-year-old. She became mentally disabled. This is considered a serious injury. After the prosecutor finished reading, he said to Judge Judy in a threatening manner, Gu Nianji's behavior was particularly vile. She beat up a classmate for no reason and caused serious injury. Although she is a minor, it is still an unforgivable crime. Judge Judy nodded. It was indeed vile. She looked at Hijichu. Lawyer He, are you sure you still want to plead not guilty? Of course. Hijichu stood up and shook his head at the plaintiff's stand. He sighed first. You're taking money from the government and the military, but you're not doing your job properly. You've come up with an indictment that's full of mistakes. What a disgrace. You're not allowed to make personal attacks. The prosecutor on the plaintiff's stand was so angry that he jumped up. What's wrong? Isn't it true that your client assaulted someone? Isn't it true that my client was seriously injured? Both of your points are true. Hijichu spread his hands. What? Ha! Your Honor, look, he's already admitted it. What's the point of trying? They've pleaded guilty. The prosecutor was so excited that he couldn't control himself. He was so excited to be able to take down Hijichu, who had never lost a battle before. Hijichu snorted. Mr. Prosecutor, I haven't finished speaking yet. Why are you talking to yourself? You haven't finished. What else do you have to say? Judge Judy frowned. Since you admit it's the truth. Your Honor, I admit that it is a fact that my client hit someone, because there is an injury report to prove it. It's also true that the plaintiff is called an idiot, as evidenced by a doctor's certificate. Hijichu paused. His eyes swept across the courtroom. But, Mr. Prosecutor, please prove that your client's mental decline was a direct result of my client's assault. What? You don't understand the legal jargon. I really don't know how you graduated from law school and got a law license. Hijichu mocked. Then let me translate. Please prove that Axayan Xingao became an idiot as a direct result of Gu Nianji's assault. Direct result? Wasn't it because she was assaulted? She even had a concussion. Mr. Prosecutor, after this case is over, I'm going to file a complaint with the Law Commission about your qualifications. You have absolutely no legal qualifications. Hijichu's voice grew cold. He turned to look at Judge Judy. Your Honor, there was a fight on the basketball court. During the school's investigation, I already said that fights on the basketball court are exempt from prosecution as long as they don't result in serious injuries. But then it became a serious injury. Judge Judy looked at Hijichu with bright eyes. She had a feeling that Hijichu was going to lose this time. Hijichu looked like he couldn't stand it anymore. He sneered. If I kick you today and you die 20 years later, can you say that I kicked you to death? Of course not. Judge Judy retorted instinctively. A lot can happen in 20 years. The chain of logic has already been broken. Exactly. He Ji-chu turned and pointed at the plaintiff's stand. The fight happened on July 16. On August 15, almost a month later, Xian Xinggao's injuries suddenly worsened and her IQ rapidly declined. Let me ask you, couldn't something else have happened in the month that caused her IQ to deteriorate? It's only been a month. It's not comparable to the example you gave. Judge Judy immediately retorted. You can't. What's the essential difference between 1 month and 20 years? Fine, even if there's an essential difference in what you said, there were many people in and out of Xian Xinggao's room after she was hospitalized. With so many people, any one of them could have attacked her and caused her serious injuries a second time. He Ji-chu tossed out a list of names. I request to summon the people on this list and interrogate them about what they did in Xian Xinggao's room. There's no need for that. Judge Judy waved her hand. Can't we just look at the room's surveillance footage? We can see if anyone caused her any second injuries. He Ji-chu frowned. There were surveillance cameras in Xian Xinggao's room. It seemed that the other party really valued Xian Xinggao, but what was so important about a small fry like Xian Xinggao? He Ji-chu truly didn't understand. Lieutenant Colonel Peter sat in the last row of the courtroom with a smug smile. The room's real-time surveillance was his trump card. They had installed the surveillance cameras because they were worried about Xian Xinggao. They were worried that she would come into contact with someone else and sell out their deal. Secondly, they wanted to ensure her safety. Everyone who entered or left her ward had to be interrogated. The courtroom fell silent. Judge Judy ordered the bailiffs to retrieve the surveillance footage from Xian Xinggao's room. For the sake of fairness, He Ji-chu also sent his men to follow the footage and prevent the other party from tampering with it. It had been 28 days since Xian Xinggao was admitted to the hospital and diagnosed with mental retardation. There were 28 days worth of surveillance footage in a box. The judge adjourned the court until the judge and the defendant's lawyer could review all the footage before making a decision. There were 3 copies of the footage, one for the court's records, one for the judge and the prosecutor to view together, and one for the defendant's lawyer to take away. He Ji-chu's subordinates carried the box of footage out of the courtroom. Gu Nianji didn't say a word and quietly followed behind He Ji-chu. He Ji-chu stopped and turned around to pat her head. Don't worry, we'll think of a way. Professor, he didn't think of this before, did he? Gu Nianji asked quietly. Although He Ji-chu didn't show it, and no one in the courtroom could see the change in his expression, Gu Nianji could sense his mood had suddenly turned gloomy. He Ji-chu looked at her in surprise. He didn't admit or deny it, but said dryly. I can't think of any other use for Xian Xinggao that they would be so wary of. That means she has other uses, but we just don't know about it. Gu Nianji suddenly worried. Did Xian Xinggao have something that could harm the Huaxia Empire's national interests? Last time, Xian Xinggao's betrayal led to the failure of the 6th Military Region Special Operations Forces mission in Europe, and almost cost Huaxiaoheng their lives. This was the second night watch. 3,600 monthly votes plus 1 night watch. Around 7 p.m., the third night watch. Asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes on Monday, especially recommendation votes. Chapter 154. Let's go. He Ji-chu escorted Gu Nianji out of the courtroom and into the parking lot. He Ji-chu didn't understand why Gu Nianji still looked so worried. I told you not to worry. These videotapes are their final trump card. I'm not worried about my case. Gu Nianji said honestly. Then what are you worried about? He Ji-chu was even more confused. I'm worried that Xian Xinggao has something else that could harm national interests. Gu Nianji said anxiously, but she was actually worried about Huaxiaoheng. To Huaxiaoheng, protecting the nation's interests was his greatest responsibility. It was also a goal that he would protect wholeheartedly, even to the point of giving up his life for. He Jichu put his hands in his trouser pockets and looked at her quietly for a while. He suddenly snorted and muttered. I didn't know you loved that country so much. What did you say? Gu Nianji was too engrossed in her thoughts to hear what He Jichu said. I said, I didn't know you were so patriotic. There was a hint of mockery in He Jichu's words. His eyes flickered with indescribable emotions. What's wrong with being patriotic? I'm a citizen of the Huaxia Empire. Isn't it natural for me to love my country? Gu Nianji didn't like hearing He Jichu speak to her in such a tone. He Jichu sensed her displeasure and opened his mouth, but he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. He patted her head and smiled. Fine, as long as you're happy. He tried his best to restrain himself from showing a cold expression in front of her. He Jichu nodded at Zhao Liangze and turned to get into his car. Gu Nianji frowned as she watched him drive away. She followed Zhao Liangze into the yellow Hummer, which was also He Jichu's car. He had sent it to pick them up for safety reasons. When they returned to her apartment, Gu Nianji went to Zhao Liangze's room and quietly recounted her conversation with He Jichu in court. She then asked, Brother Zhe, do you think Axayan Xingao has anything else that we can use? Zhao Liangze's brows furrowed as he shook his head. I didn't hear anything further when I was in the Empire. However, we have to tell Huashao about this as soon as possible. If there's anything we've overlooked, we have to make up for it quickly. Xan Xingao's father had already been relieved of his duties, and all of the Nanda system's overseas connections had been rechecked. Everything was normal when Zhao Liangze came out. Could it be that they had overlooked something? Then hurry up and tell me. Gu Nianji hesitated. Can I watch from the side? Zhao Liangze had something on his mind, so he immediately refused her. No, it might be confidential. Your security clearance is not high enough, so you can't listen. Oh. Gu Nianji was a bit disappointed but didn't insist. She quietly returned to her room. Zhao Liangze quickly contacted Huashaoheng. It was 11:00 in the evening in China. Huashaoheng was writing a report on perfecting the 6th Military Region's organizational structure in his study. He heard the call coming from his earpiece and looked up at the computer. It was Zhao Liangze calling him. He took off his headset, opened the instant video communication system, and asked, What's the matter? Has Nianji's case been closed? Huashaoheng looked at his watch. Gu Nianji's case should be in court at this time. Zhao Liangze shook his head. There's new evidence in the case. It'll be in court next week. As he spoke, he told him about the surveillance footage that had been obtained from investigating the people who had visited Axayan Xingao's ward. He added, Nianji thinks that Axayan Xingao has something that the US can use to blackmail them. That's why the US military is still keeping a close eye on her. Huashaoheng held the mouse in one hand and opened several confidential programs on the computer. He opened them one by one. His finger gently traced across the corner of his lips. His eyes were dark and unfathomable. They were like bottomless black holes that even light couldn't escape from. As he looked through the files, he suddenly seemed to understand something. His brows furrowed, and his eyes became murderous. Something's wrong. Little Zhe, keep an eye on Axayan Xingao. Since they have the surveillance footage, it'll be easier for you. Zhao Liangze was also nervous. Huashao, is there really a problem? Yes, I'll make arrangements immediately. Huashaoheng stood up. Last time, we focused on the civilian code system that Axayan Xingao was directly involved in. We didn't investigate the people who developed the encrypted channel as carefully. We made a mistake. Zhao Liangze's eyes widened. No way. The password for the encrypted channel. Huashaoheng whipped his head around and glared at him. His voice was stern. Shut up. Zhao Liangze immediately shut his mouth. He stood up and bowed his head to the camera. Hu Xiaoheng didn't have time to reprimand him anymore. He strode out of the study and began issuing orders into his headset. 6th Military Region Team B, activate activity. All armed personnel with parachutes, be in position in 5 minutes. Helicopters in position. Target 1, J City, Imperial Capital, Special Task Force. Over. A minute later, the alarm at the Special Operations Forces base sounded. It was the sound of an emergency assembly. 3 minutes later, 100 fully armed Special Operations Forces Team B assembled at the airport where the helicopters were landing. Hu Xiaoheng had already changed into the same military uniform as them, but his gun was more powerful. Get in the helicopters. Target 1, Room 532, Nandu R&D Center, J City, G Province. Take everyone inside with you. Hu Xiaoheng was the first to board the helicopter. The 100 Special Operations Forces members followed. The helicopter roared to life as it flew toward J City, G Province. Because it was a special military operation, all airports in the country had received an urgent message. All air routes had to make way for the helicopter. 2 hours later, they arrived at the Nandu R&D Center in J City, G Province. Hu Xiaoheng jumped out first, and the members behind him followed. A meeting was going on in room 532, Nandu R&D Center. A group of people were smoking and smoking. It seemed that the meeting had been going on for a long time. Hands up. You're all under arrest. The leader of Special Operations Forces Team B barged in and slapped an arrest warrant on the face of Xingquan, the deputy director of the Nandu R&D Center. The people in the room paled. Before they could struggle, they were knocked down one by the Special Operations Forces members. Their mouths were gagged, and they were tied up and sent to the helicopter. Hu Xiaoheng left 50 Special Operations Forces members behind to take over the security system with his authorization letter. What are you doing? I'm a soldier too, and I have a military rank. How can the 6th Military Region punish people like this? Xingquan finally snapped out of his daze after boarding the helicopter. He began to yell at the Special Operations Forces members guarding him. Hu Xiaoheng heard his yelling and pushed open a door. He said coldly, Xingquan, how dare you call yourself a soldier? Tell me, what's your relationship with Xian Xingao? Did she come into contact with any of the more confidential codes in the Nandu project? Hearing Xian Xingao's name, Xingquan's flushed face drained of all color. He avoided Hu Xiaoheng's fierce gaze and muttered. Xian Xingao. I don't know what you're talking about. How would I know her? You don't know her. Fine, we'll talk when we get back to the capital. Hu Xiaoheng suppressed his anger and turned to leave, kicking the door shut. At the same time, Gu Nianji dialed the number Hu Xiaoheng had left for her again and again, but couldn't get through. It was the third watch. They were asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes on Monday, especially recommendation votes. Chapter 155. Time ticked by. Gu Nianji had been calling for 2 hours, but there was still no response from the other end of the line. At lunchtime, Zhao Liangzi finished cooking and asked Gu Nianji to come out. She bit her chopsticks as she looked at the dishes on the table: pan-fried dried fish, prawns with garlic vermicelli, salad spinach, and corn rib soup. These were all her favorites, but she had no appetite. Brother Zhe, did you just call Uncle Hua? Gu Nianji lowered her eyes as she listlessly picked up some spinach with her chopsticks and placed it in her bowl. Zhao Liangzi grunted, of course, because I wanted to tell him the news. Oh. Gu Nianji lost her appetite. He could have answered the phone, but he wouldn't. He even said that very few people knew that number, and that he would pick up if she called. Liar, liar, they were all liars. Gu Nianji's tears were about to fall, but she forced them back. She put down her bowl and chopsticks and turned to leave, saying hastily, I'm not hungry, I'm not eating today. I still have homework to do, I'm going to the library to do it. She rushed to her room and slammed the door shut. Leaning against the door, she covered her face and tried to suppress the sobs that threatened to overtake her. At that moment, her phone rang again. Gu Nianji was overjoyed. Although it wasn't the special ringtone she had set for Hua Xiaoheng, maybe Uncle Hua had changed his number. She excitedly took out her phone and swiped it open without looking. Hello? Nianji. It was Mei Xiaowen's voice. Is that you? Gu Nianji couldn't describe how she felt. Although she was a little disappointed, Mei Xiaowen's gentle voice was miraculously healing. She didn't want to put down the phone. Xiaowen. It's so late, why aren't you asleep yet? Gu Nianji looked at her watch. It should be almost 1 a.m. in the Huaxia Empire. Mei Xiaowen stood under the night sky of Sea City and looked up at the stars. He said softly, I missed you, I couldn't sleep. The softest part of Gu Nianji's heart was finally hit hard. Her nose ached and her eyes reddened. She quickly looked up to stop the tears from falling. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly so artistic? Gu Nianji wiped her face, her voice incredibly soft and gentle. The sound echoed in Mei Xiaowen's ears, making his heart itch. It finally diluted the impact of the ginger red tea that afternoon. He knew that Gu Nianji was the only one who could protect him from Jiang Hongqia's influence. He stood on the balcony, gazing at the moon in the sky. He remembered that Jiang Hongqia had come to see him in the office that afternoon with a small cake. The two of them were originally sitting and chatting about their former classmates and friends. The atmosphere was very harmonious. He didn't know when, but Jiang Hongqia sat down with him. The two of them were so close that he could see her long eyelashes and delicate white skin when he raised his head. Then she suddenly stopped talking and forbade him to speak. Kiss me. She closed her eyes in front of him, pouting his irresistible red lips. As if attracted by the devil, he lowered his head and kissed her on the lips. He wanted only to taste her, but her arms came round his neck and deepened the kiss. If someone hadn't knocked on the door to give him the material, he didn't know how far they would have kissed. We can't do this. Mei Xiaowen finally pushed Jiang Hongqia away. I already have a girlfriend. Go, and don't come looking for me again. Jiang Hongqia stood up gracefully and tucked her long hair behind her head. She said meaningfully, I won't come looking for you again, but you can come looking for me. She turned to leave, leaving the room filled with the faint scent of jasmine. It was her favorite Coco Chanel jasmine perfume. Mei Xiaowen tossed and turned restlessly at her words. He couldn't sleep all night. In the end, he had no choice but to get up and call Gu Nianji. Fortunately, Mei Xiaowen calmed down as soon as he heard her voice. Jiang Hongqia's magic disappeared without a trace in the face of Gu Nianji's soft, moving voice. I just miss you. When are you coming back? I can't wait. How about I go to the United States with you? That way we won't have to wait 6 months. Mei Xiaowen reached out and felt the gentle night breeze on the balcony. It was soft and numb. He remembered the time he had hugged Gu Nianji in the United States. It was like hugging a cloud, unbelievably soft. Gu Nianji chuckled and gripped her phone. She was touched. Can you really come? Her voice was filled with emotion, and it was completely different from polite words. Mei Xiaowen sensed it. He froze, then became ecstatic. He turned around on the balcony. Do you really want me to come? Gu Nianji desperately wanted someone to be with her. For the first time, she felt the kind of companionship she wanted. It was different from the companionship of people like Brother Zhe and Brother Xiong. If you can come, we can be together right away. We won't have to wait 6 months. Gu Nianji said impulsively. She was like a child playing with the sand at the beach. She just wanted to hold on to as much as she could before the tide washed away all the sand she had. Mei Xiaoan immediately agreed. I'll book the plane tickets tomorrow. After saying that, he quickly felt sleepy. He yawned and said, then I'm going to sleep. You go ahead with your work. Gu Nianji nodded. Go ahead. Don't stay up late again. At the same time, Hu Xiaoheng and the B team of the 6th Military Region Special Operations Forces arrived at the landing pad of the Imperial Secret Service by helicopter. Under the deep blue sky of the Imperial capital, a large Mi-26 helicopter rumbled with its propellers and landed steadily on the landing pad. Hu Xiaoheng had already parachuted with 40 members and rushed to the door of a private office on the 27th floor of the Secret Service building. He kicked the door open and shouted, "Hands up! Special Operations Forces, action!" The people in the room immediately raised their hands and looked over angrily. One person shouted, "What are you doing? This is the office of the Deputy Director of the Imperial Secret Service. Who dares to mess around?" Hu Xiaoheng held an M16 submachine gun and loaded it. His footsteps were heavy as he walked over from behind his team. "Where's Bai Yuxing? Call him out." Bai Yuxing was one of the deputy directors of the Imperial Secret Service. He was in charge of the U.S. intelligence system. He was also Bai Shuang's father and Bai Yueran's uncle. Deputy Director Bai. The people in the room looked at each other. He's not here. Not here. Hu Xiaoheng couldn't suppress his anger, but he didn't yell. He kept his voice low and said, "Every member of the Secret Service has a tracking chip in their body, which is controlled by the 6th Military Region. The chip can't be removed unless they leave the Secret Service or die." "Major General Hu, what do you mean?" Someone in the Secret Service recognized Hu Xiaoheng and couldn't help but ask. "I mean, Bai Yuxing's tracking chip shows that he's in this office, but you're telling me that he's not here?" Hu Xiaoheng waved his hand at his team members. "Search." The members of the Special Operations Forces immediately opened all the rooms and cabinets in the office. In the end, they only found a tracking chip under a potted plant on the windowsill. It was Bai Yuxing's chip. Hu Xiaoheng wore white gloves and took the chip. He pursed his lips and said, "Detain everyone here. Inform the military police department to come and take over. Inform the Senate and government officials that the Secret Service's personnel in North America have been wiped out. Order them to immediately stop all activities in North America and evacuate." Thanks to Gu Nianji's reminder, Hu Xiaoheng had been able to trace Axayan Xinggao's background to Xing Quan, the deputy director of the Nanda Research and Development Center, and then to Bai Yuxing, the deputy director of the Secret Service. Why did the Americans still value Axayan Xinggao so much? It wasn't because she was powerful, but because she had important people like Xing Quan and Bai Yuxing behind her. This was the first update. The second update should be 2 updates in one, including 3,700 monthly votes. It was around 1 p.m. Thank you to Enigma Yangxi and the Beggars in Heaven for the Heshabi yesterday. Mwah. P.S. Even if you're guessing the relationship between the characters, you have to be more reliable. You have to read the content carefully. How could the 28-year-old professor he give birth to the 18-year-old Gu Nianji? Stop guessing like that. Chapter 156. Walking out of the Secret Service building, Hu Xiaoheng looked up at the night sky and slowly exhaled. He had rushed over, but Bai Yuxing had still managed to escape. Yin Shixiang came over and handed him a cigarette. The two of them stood under a tree not far from the Secret Service building and lit a cigarette. For them, smoking was the fastest way to relieve tension. Yin Shixiang received a call from the Senate and the head of government's office before finishing his cigarette. "Mr. Hua, they're looking for you. They want you to go to the Senate hall." Yin Shixiang finished the call and passed the message to Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng threw the cigarette butt into the trash can under the tree and threw the M16 submachine gun to Yin Shixiang. "Let's go." At 3:00 in the morning, Hu Xiaoheng was already standing on the podium in the Senate hall. He was reporting the operation to the Speaker of the Senate, the Foreign Affairs and Intelligence Committee, and the heads of government agencies. General Ji, the supreme commander of the military, had a dark expression on his face. He sat in the last row with his guards and personal secretary. He looked angry, but he was actually there to support Hu Xiaoheng. The deputy director of the Secret Service, Bai Yuxing, had a very high rank, and his Bai family had deep roots in the upper echelons of the Huaxia Empire. Hu Xiaoheng had gone against the Bai family without informing anyone. If he didn't have a good reason, it would be difficult to deal with him. Hu Xiaoheng was the reserve echelon that General Ji had painstakingly trained. He was going to take over the position of Supreme Commander of the Imperial Army, so there was no room for mistakes. In that instant, General Ji even decided that he would protect Hu Xiaoheng even if it meant going against the entire Bai family. Hu Xiaoheng didn't know what General Ji was thinking, or perhaps he did know, but he didn't want to care. To him, not being able to kill Bai Yuxing with his own hands and allowing him to escape the Huaxia Empire was already his biggest failure since joining the military. Hu Xiaoheng looked at the information in his hands, including the list of Huaxia Imperial Customs clearance for the past month that Yin Shixiang had just sent him. A cold smile appeared on his lips. "Hello, Senior Speaker Long, senior officials. I'm here to report a high-level defection of the Secret Service." "What?" "General Hu, don't slander us. My Bai family has served the Empire for generations. Countless lives have been sacrificed. How dare you slander our Bai family? Major General Hu, you're acting so recklessly against the Bai family just because your father is the director of the military political department and your grandfather was the former deputy commander of the military. There were too many high-ranking officials in the Bai family. There were only 16 or 17 people present for this impromptu meeting, and 5 of them had the surname Bai. Hu Xiaoheng had led his men to raid the office of Bai Yuxing, the deputy director of the Secret Service, in the middle of the night and arrested all of his subordinates. He had also informed the military police department to take over the Secret Service, which had completely paralyzed the Empire's intelligence agency, the Secret Service. In the eyes of these people, Hu Xiaoheng's actions were overstepping his authority. Hu Xiaoheng stood on the stage with his hands behind his back. His expression was calm and composed, and he didn't say a word. After the clamor had died down, he said unhurriedly, "Senior officials surnamed Bai, I can't let you know the following information in accordance with the Empire's confidentiality clause. Please get out." "What? Why should we go out?" "Speaker Long, we object. Shady business. There's definitely a shady deal." "Shut up." The veins on Hu Xiaoheng's forehead bulged, and he slammed the table. "If you keep causing trouble, the Secret Service personnel who died in North America will come to you to protest." The upper house of the Senate suddenly fell silent. The white-haired Speaker Long stood up and said to the Bai family, "Believe me, I won't let an innocent person be wrongly accused, but I won't let those who betray our country escape punishment either." The Bai family discussed for a moment, then said to Speaker Long, "Okay, Speaker Long, we believe you and will give you face." As for him, they pointed at Hu Xiaoheng, who was standing on the stage. "If he doesn't give us a conclusive explanation, we won't let him go." The Bai family left the table angrily and went to the corridor outside. Under the leadership of Yin Shixiang, Hu Xiaoheng's guards immediately locked up these people separately. In order to prevent them from reporting the matter, they were also handcuffed and gagged. The Bai family was furious. They didn't know what was going on and thought that someone was deliberately trying to eradicate dissidents. In the Senate hall, Hu Xiaoheng took out the evidence and demonstrated it to everyone on the computer. "That's it. Xan Xingao, who betrayed the Nanda System Civilian Code, had a private relationship with Xing Quan, the deputy director of the Nanda Systems R&D department, when she was working on the Nanda project. Both Xan Xingao and Xing Quan tried to hide this fact, and we missed it during our first interrogation. Until recently, we received reliable information that the U.S. military is still closely monitoring Xian Xingao. They want to get more information from her. Hua Xiaoheng turned around, his expression grim. After Xian Xingao left the country, she helped Xing Quan get access to the United States. However, Xing Quan only gave her the civilian code, not the encrypted channel. Xing Quan intended to use the encrypted channel as a bargaining chip to get her to act as a go-between. Our Secret Service in North America found out about this and sent a report back to Bai Yuxing, the deputy director of the North American branch of the Secret Service. Hua Xiaoheng used the laser pointer in his hand to point at the tree of relationships on the screen. When Bai Yuxing found out about this, he didn't inform us. Instead, he got in touch with Xing Quan and asked him to contact the US CIA through Xian Xingao in an attempt to defect. Speaker Long and General Ji's eyes widened abruptly, their expressions stiff. If what Hua Xiaoheng said was true, then because of Bai Yuxing's defection, the Imperial Secret Service's 30 years of hard work in North America would be destroyed. Where is Bai Yuxing? Issue the highest warrant for his arrest. Hunt down Bai Yuxing. Speaker Long stood up first. We can't let him succeed. It's too late. Hua Xiaoheng shook his head. As soon as I got the news, I rushed to his office and found that he had already removed the tracking chip and placed it under a potted plant in his office. He disappeared at least 4 days ago. As he spoke, he took out the list of customs personnel. This is the customs list. Take a look for yourselves. Speaker Long slumped into his chair. His lips trembled, and he couldn't say a word. After Xing Quan contacted Bai Yuxing, he was afraid that Bai Yuxing was fishing, so he secretly recorded every meeting he had with Bai Yuxing. If Bai Yuxing really was fishing, he wouldn't have quietly absconded. Bai Yuxing should be in the United States now, but I don't know if he contacted the CIA. The Secret Service in North America should withdraw immediately. The top government official slammed the table. We can't let this traitor hurt our people. I've already informed the North American Secret Service to not accept any information from Bai Yuxing, and I've also informed them that Bai Yuxing has committed treason. The rest of them should withdraw immediately. General Ji wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had fought many wars in his life, but this was the first time he had been so aggrieved. The grudge between the Bai family and the Bai family had been established. Although Bai Yuxing was a traitor, they didn't want to be implicated. So Bai Yuxing's mistake alone couldn't implicate the rest of the Bai family. Moreover, with the Bai family's complicated in-laws, it was impossible to completely eradicate the Bai family. Hua Xiaoheng also understood that the Bai family's influence couldn't be completely eradicated, but he suggested, I suggest that all the Bai family members who are above the departmental level be fully investigated. If there are no mistakes, they can be reinstated. If they were implicated, it would be best if they were convicted and sent to prison. Speaker Long and the government official looked at each other and said slowly, we will definitely investigate. Give us the evidence and we will take over. Send someone to follow up on the Secret Service matter. Meeting adjourned. Hua Xiaoheng walked out of the Senate building alone. It was already dawn. The sun was eager to shine beneath the clouds, revealing its golden silhouette. Hua Xiao. Yin Shixiang greeted him with a very serious expression. Little Zhe has confirmed that Bai Yuxing is connected to the CIA. Do you want Nianji to come back? Hua Xiaoheng squinted and looked at the rising sun. The sunlight sprinkled on the dark green leaves, like pieces of gold, dazzling. No need. No one knew who she was, not even the Secret Service. As for Bai Yueran, who knows her identity, although she is a member of the Bai family, she has always been with General Ji. Let's trust her for now. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it for a long time, but still refused. Besides, Nianji is still in a lawsuit with Xian Xingao. But aren't you really worried? Yin Shixiang was anxious to death. In his heart, Gu Nianji was still a child who hadn't grown up. Worried? Why wouldn't I be worried? Hu Xiaoheng replied casually as he walked to his car. But does being worried mean you have to hide her? Big Xiong, you're confused because you're worried. I'm confused because I'm worried. Yin Shixiang couldn't say it out loud. He felt that Hu Xiaoheng was making it sound like he didn't care. Hu Xiaoheng made him speechless, so Yin Shixiang followed him into the car sullenly. The orderly, Fan Jian, started the car and took Yin Shixiang and Hu Xiaoheng to the airport. When they came to the capital, they took a helicopter, and when they returned to Sea City, they took a private plane. At the same time, at the Sea City International Airport, Mei Xiaowen's flight was delayed for 2 hours. Because a private plane was coming from the imperial capital, all other flights had to make way for the military plane. Mei Xiaowen had no choice but to text Gu Nianji. Flight delayed, Mei arrived 2 hours later. Gu Nianji had actually regretted it that night. She shouldn't have agreed to Mei Xiaowen's request on impulse. Now that she saw Mei Xiaowen's text, she quickly replied, "Don't worry, it's fine even if it's half a year later. I can wait." Mei Xiaowen smiled at the phone, as if it was Gu Nianji's anxious face. He was about to look down to type when a slender hand reached over and took the phone from his hand, forbidding him from texting. "Xiaowen, are you really leaving? Are you really going to abandon me?" Jiang Hongcha's tearful face appeared in front of Mei Xiaowen. Mei Xiaowen was truly shocked. You. How did you know I was here?" "Nothing is impossible for a determined person." Jiang Hongcha turned off his phone. "Xiaowen, don't go. I've never begged you before, but this time, I beg you." She bit her lip and looked at Mei Xiaowen, her expression gentle and moving. Reaching out, she hugged Mei Xiaowen's waist and looked up at him. "Xiaowen, give us another chance. I don't want much, just this half a year. You can be with me for this half a year. If you don't like it, then after half a year, you can be with her, okay?" Mei Xiaowen closed his eyes. Jiang Hongcha used to be such a proud person, but she was willing to compromise to this extent for him. What more could he ask for? Mei Xiaowen hugged Jiang Hongcha and buried his head in her shoulder. "Okay, I won't go to America. We'll try for half a year. You have to promise me that you won't tell anyone about us being together, not even Ai Weinan." Jiang Hongcha sighed in relief, a gentle smile appearing on her face. "Okay, I promise." Actually, this was the best. If they tried for half a year and still found it inappropriate, they could break up after that. No one would know, and it would be best for both of them. Just then, someone came over from the nearby exit to clear the area, saying that a high-ranking military official's private plane had arrived. Mei Xiaowen put his arm around Jiang Hongcha's shoulder. "Let's go home." "You're not going to America." Jiang Hongcha pointed at Mei Xiaowen's phone. "You should at least let them know. Maybe they're still waiting for you." Mei Xiaowen smiled and picked up his phone to text Gu Nianji. "Something happened at home, so I can't go to America for now. I'll wait for you to come back in half a year." Gu Nianji was restless throughout dinner. She wanted to say something, but stopped herself several times. She didn't say it to Zhao Liangzi. Zhao Liangzi was busy helping Hu Xiaoheng with the evacuation of the North American branch of the Secret Service, so he didn't have time to worry about Gu Nianji's feelings. He hurriedly finished his meal and told Gu Nianji to put the dishes in the dishwasher, then went back to his room to continue working. Gu Nianji received a text from Mei Xiaowen saying that he had something to do at home and couldn't come to America for the time being. They would meet again in half a year, according to their agreement. Gu Nianji sighed deeply. She was no longer nervous. She frowned as she put the dishes in the dishwasher and added the special dishwasher detergent. She turned on the washing and drying process, then returned to her room to take a shower. She was in a bad mood, and decided to take a bubble bath to soothe her melancholy. She filled the bathtub with water and added the bubble bath lotion. Finally, she dripped a few drops of rose essential oil, and a fragrant bubble bath was ready. She undressed, coiled her hair on top of her head, and put on a waterproof shower cap. She stepped into the bathtub and lay down comfortably. Hu Xiaoheng got off the private plane at the Sea City International Airport and left through the VIP passageway. He was soon back at the base in the Special Operations Forces car. He had been out all night, and hadn't slept for a few nights. He was a little tired. After eating something, he planned to take a shower and go to bed. Before he went, he remembered that he had a special number. He was used to checking it every day. He took the phone and looked at it. He saw countless missed calls from Gu Nianji. This is the second update with 4,000 words. 2 updates in one, including 3,700 monthly votes. Asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 157. Why did she call so many times? Did something happen? Hu Xiaoheng looked at the time on his phone. It was around 9 in the morning here, so it should be 9 in the evening in the United States. Looking at the missed calls, they were probably from 7 to 8 hours ago. Nianji should still be awake, right? Hu Xiaoheng swiped his finger to dial back. As an internet child, Gu Nianji never left her phone even when she bathed. She also had a bubble bath, so she had even more time to play with her phone in the bathtub. Her phone was placed on the small table next to the bathtub. She lay in the bathtub, rubbing bubbles all over her body. She wanted to blow the bubbles out of the bathtub like she was blowing soap bubbles. In the quiet bathroom, the sudden ringing of her cell phone made her shiver in fear. Her eyes moved to the phone and froze for a moment before she realized it was the ringtone she had set for Uncle Hu to call. Gu Nianji's eyes lit up. She quickly reached into the bathtub and scooped up the phone. She glanced at the name Uncle Hu flashing on the screen. She shot out of the bathtub, ignoring the white bubbles all over her body. Uncle Hu. She was so excited that her voice trembled slightly. Yes, it's me. Hu Xiaoheng asked as he held the phone. I saw you call a lot, what's up? Gu Nianji remembered how upset and depressed she had been when no one had picked up the phone for over 2 hours. She couldn't help but feel aggrieved. Uncle Hu, you said I would be able to reach you if I called this number, but you, she sniffled and continued, I understand that you're very busy and can't pick up my calls. But you can't lie to me, just tell me if you don't want to pick up. I won't bother you. Hu Xiaoheng shook his head helplessly. Nianji, I was on a mission when you called. I couldn't bring my personal phone with me. Oh. Gu Nianji immediately felt guilty and grumbled quietly, really? I know you can't pick up the phone when you're on a mission, but I asked Brother Zay and he said you just picked up his call, but you didn't pick up when I called you. That's impossible. Hu Xiaoheng flatly denied it. Little Zay didn't make it clear. Besides, even if I did call him, it was for business. Why would I deliberately not pick up your calls? Really? Holding the phone, Gu Nianji secretly smiled. Her emotions were too easily affected by Hu Xiaoheng. One word from him could send her to heaven, and one word from him could send her to hell. She was hovering between heaven and hell, pain and happiness. Of course not. Hu Xiaoheng switched his hand to hold the phone and began unbuttoning his uniform with his free hand. He was ready to take a shower. Tell me, what do you want? Are you in a hurry to make so many calls? It was very urgent at the time, but it's not so urgent now. Gu Nianji said carefully, I just wanted to ask you if you discovered anything. She was standing naked in the bathtub full of white bubbles. Opposite her was a mirror on the wall. There was steam on the mirror, so only the outline of her body could be seen. Gu Nianji reached out to wipe away the water vapor on the mirror and looked at her face in the mirror. Her cheeks were crimson, and her big, misty, wet eyes were looking at herself in the mirror. Her seaweed-like hair hung down her back. She used her hand to wipe away the bubbles that were about to disappear and bent down to pour some more water on herself. Hu Xiaoheng opened the bathroom closet and took out a brand new earth-colored bath towel. He hung it over his shoulder as he said, "It's good that you're fine. I've taken care of everything here. Little Zay will tell you the specifics. Let me know if anything happens." Gu Nianji quickly agreed. She could tell from Hu Xiaoheng's tone that he was about to hang up. She was very reluctant to do so. Holding the phone, she walked a few steps in the bathtub and racked her brain for something to talk about. She was too engrossed in her thoughts and suddenly slipped. The phone fell into the bathtub with a splash. "Oh no!" Gu Nianji cried quietly and almost slipped. She quickly grabbed the handrail on the wall and bent down to search the bathtub a few times. She fished the phone out of the bathtub. Fortunately, the phone was fine. It was just that the call had been cut off. Her phone was quite waterproof. Gu Nianji hurriedly called back. "Nianji! Nianji!" Hu Xiaoheng could only hear the sound of static on the other end of the line before it was cut off. He looked at his phone, and his expression gradually grew serious. Just as he was about to call Zhao Liangzi to ask what was going on, his phone began to vibrate. It was Gu Nianji. He unlocked his phone and answered the call. "How did it break? What happened?" Hu Xiaoheng asked sternly, his voice deadly low. Gu Nianji pressed the dripping phone to her ear and blushed when she heard Hu Xiaoheng's voice. It's fine. I dropped my phone in the bathtub." "How did you fall into the bathtub? Where are you? What are you doing?" "When you called, I was taking a bath. I was taking a bubble bath." Gu Nianji quickly explained. "So the bathtub is slippery. Slide. Are you taking a shower?" Hu Xiaoheng frowned and remembered the time in the United States. It was indeed nighttime, and it was time to take a shower. He only scolded her. "Why did you pick up the phone when you're taking a shower? What's wrong with him? Can the phone still be used if it falls into the water?" Gu Nianji nodded nervously, then shook her head. Yes. I was very careful. I stood up from the bathtub when I answered the phone. I made sure the phone wasn't wet. It's true. If I hadn't been careless just now, the phone wouldn't have slipped and fallen." Hu Xiaoheng closed his eyes and was silent for a moment. He asked her in a hoarse voice. "Are you hurt from the fall?" "No, I was holding on to the handrail. I didn't really fall." Gu Nianji looked at the phone. "It's just that the phone is wet. I'll get a hairdryer to dry it after I finish showering and put on my clothes. Then continue with the shower." Hu Xiaoheng couldn't continue the call. He slid his finger to end the call and threw it into the small bath basket on the bathroom table. He walked to the shower and turned on the hot water valve to let the hot water rush over his body. Droplets of water wet his hair, rolling down his broad shoulders and flowing down his defined back muscles. The frosted glass shower stall was suddenly filled with steam. He raised his arms and leaned against the wall with his head buried. His tall figure didn't move at all as he allowed the hot water to wash over his body. It was still swelling. Finally, he sighed and turned off the hot water, switching to cold water. The cold water at the military base was groundwater, so it was much cooler than normal room temperature water. The ice-cold water rinsed his entire body twice before he finished showering. Hu Xiaoheng used a towel to wipe his head and wrapped the earth-colored bath towel around his lower body. He expressionlessly grabbed the phone from the basket and left the bathroom. Returning to the bedroom, he looked at the large bed and thought it was a bit dazzling. He changed into casual clothes and laid on the sofa to close his eyes for a while until knocking on the door woke him up. Hua Xiao. Hua Xiao. Are you inside? I'm Chen Lai. Big Xiong said you were looking for me. Chen Lai's voice rumbled from outside the door. Hua Xiaoheng opened his eyes and got up to walk to the outer room. He opened the door and saw that it was already dark outside. He had only taken a nap. How did it get dark? Hua Xiaoheng looked at his watch and saw that it was already past 8 in the evening. He had slept from day to night. What a high-quality sleep. Hua Xiaoheng was secretly pleased and turned to let Chen Lai in. Hua Xiao, why are you looking for me? Chen Lai carried his briefcase. I just performed 2 surgeries today and am going crazy with hunger. Ask the cafeteria here to send me some food. Hua Xiaoheng raised a hand to his orderly. Go get some food. The food was quickly delivered. Chen Lai ate as he listened to Hua Xiaoheng say to him. Nianji's case in the United States. I want you to make a trip there. This was the first update. The second update should be 2 updates in one, including 3,800 monthly votes and updates. It would be around 1 in the afternoon. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 158. You want me to go? What can I do? Chen Lai hurriedly swallowed the food in his mouth and took a sip of water. He glared at Hua Xiaoheng. Aren't you going yourself? Hua Xiaoheng shook his head. I can't go. It's not the right time yet. I can't let anyone know that I'm her guardian. You know, if they find out now, Nianji might not be able to come back. Chen Lai put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth with a napkin. He looked up at the ceiling and murmured, It's been 6 years, and no one has looked for her. We can't find out where she came from either. Do you think we're overthinking it? That she's actually an orphan with dead parents and no living relatives? Hua Xiaoheng's gaze was deep and meaningful. He propped his head up with one hand and played with a round gold coin with the other. He didn't speak. Before he had concrete evidence to prove Gu Nianji's origin, he wouldn't prejudge any conclusions. Anything was possible. He had to maintain a clear mind. Hello? Did you hear me? Isn't little Zay in the United States? Isn't he enough? Chen Lai pushed Hua Xiaoheng's arm. Is there really something wrong with Nianji's case? Hua Xiaoheng looked down and gripped the round gold coin in his palm. With He Zhichu's abilities, it shouldn't be a problem. But I don't want to have too much contact with him. Huh? Why is that? Chen Lai's eyebrows shot up. It looked comical on his round face. He Zhichu is Nianji's professor. He treats her so well. Oh, I think I heard Big Xiong say that Professor He has outstanding abilities and high status at such a young age. He's also very good looking. Hua Xiaoheng looked at him coldly. What are you trying to say? I'm saying that girls usually can't resist a man like that. TSK, he's not a man. He's a Prince Charming. Chen Lai looked at Hua Xiaoheng. Prince Charming, do you understand? Oh. You never go online, so you probably don't know what Prince Charming means, right? Hua Xiaoheng looked at Chen Lai like he was looking at an idiot. He remained silent. Chen Lai chuckled and shook his finger. There's no use looking at me. I'm not a Prince Charming. I'm just talking about a social phenomenon. Hua Xiao, to be honest, you're really not worried about Nianji going to the United States for half a year and staying with He Zhichu. What should I be worried about? Hua Xiaoheng's expression was calm and steady. Chen Lai was so familiar with him, but he didn't seem to have changed at all. Are you really not worried? You win. Chen Lai turned his head away resentfully. He took the canned beer and opened it with a bang. He poured a mouthful into his mouth and gulped it down. Fine, tell me, what do you want me to do? Hu Xiaoheng only ignored him when they got down to business. He got up and walked into the study. Chen Lai followed him in and sat across from his desk. Take a look at this information. Hu Xiaoheng threw him a document. You're not going alone. I'll ask the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to cooperate and send a few people with you. Go to the United States as a medical expert hired by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. When the time comes, listen to Little Zay's instructions. Chen Lai became serious. He took the information and looked at it. He snorted and saluted Hu Xiaoheng. I'm impressed. I surrender to you. It really is Hu Xiao. Hu Xiaoheng smiled carelessly. He waved his hand and shooed Chen Lai out of his house like he was shooing a fly or a mosquito. Gu Nianji's mood improved again after she received Hu Xiaoheng's call that day. Mei Xiaowen called every day when she was about to sleep. It was probably lunchtime when he returned to the Huaxia Empire. He was concerned about her mood every day, concerned about her daily life and diet. It had only been a week, but he had already sent her 2 packages. One was an airship Dutch rose. There were 99 roses in total. They were placed in a vase in Gu Nianji's bedroom. The other was a VCA 5-flower necklace. On the small collarbone necklace were 5 exquisitely crafted diamond-studded flowers arranged asymmetrically. It had an extremely low-key luxury to it. Gu Nianji loved these 2 gifts. She put on the collarbone necklace and placed the roses on her desk. She video-called Mei Xiaowen. Does it look good? Her eyes were curved when she smiled in the video. Her crystal-clear skin was so delicate that Mei Xiaowen couldn't help caressing the screen of his laptop. It looks good. It looks very good. I knew this necklace belonged to you as soon as I saw it. Mei Xiaowen pressed a finger to his mouth, then pressed it to Gu Nianji's face in the video. He blew her a kiss through the camera. Gu Nianji saw it through the camera and blushed. She quickly turned off the camera and only spoke to him through the audio. She laughed. Xiaowen, it's not the 6-month deadline yet. You can't do this yet. Mei Xiaowen's laptop video disappeared, leaving only the audio. Jiang Hongcha had been hiding on the sofa in the study, out of view of the camera. She crept over and hugged Mei Xiaowen's neck from behind. She whispered in his ear. See, I have good taste, don't I? Roses and VCA collarbone necklace. I've never met a girl who can resist them. Her voice was so low, and so close to Mei Xiaowen's ear, that the warmth of her breath entered his earlobe. It was warm and fuzzy. A wave of heat rose from his lower abdomen. He turned off the phone and turned to pick Jiang Hongcha up. He pressed her down on the sofa in the study. Soon, long and short moans rang out in the study, and the atmosphere was overflowing with spring. The trial for Xie Xingao's assault case against Gu Nianji was scheduled to begin in a week on Monday. He Zhichu and his team had been working tirelessly over the past week. They had gone through all the videotapes in an attempt to find loopholes. Unfortunately, there was nothing suspicious about the videotapes. All the timings matched, and there was nothing illegal about their conversations. The only thing they could find fault with was the few conversations between Lieutenant Colonel Peter and Xie Xingao. They had spoken in very low voices, and even when the videotapes were played at maximum volume, it was barely audible. However, after several cross-examinations by language experts, they all said that Xie Xingao had borrowed books from Lieutenant Colonel Peter, and that he had brought some books for her. No one could say that giving books to Xie Xingao would cause fatal injury. Therefore, although there was some doubt about this, it could not be used to refute the other party's testimony. Mr. He, do you really have to fight this lawsuit? He Zhichu's subordinate kindly reminded him. The military seems to have received help from the CIA. They think they have a good chance of winning, and are already going all out. The relationship between the U.S. military and the CIA was extremely complicated. The two sides were often hostile to each other, but were able to cooperate sincerely when it came to national interests. This time, even the CIA was involved. He Ji-chu had no choice but to agree with Gu Nianji's opinion. Xan Xingao must have something more to hide, but they just didn't know about it yet. Thinking of this, He Ji-chu had a brainwave and suddenly had an idea. Find medical experts, especially world-renowned neurologists. He Ji-chu knocked on the table and assigned a new task to his subordinates. The Johns Hopkins Hospital in Baltimore has the world's best neurologists and neurosurgeons. Remember to hire 2 of them as expert witnesses at a high price. Mr. He wants to. His subordinates looked at each other and looked up from the pile of videotapes. They looked at He Ji-chu with confusion. Challenge the other party's injuries. Of course. He Ji-chu turned around and put his things into his briefcase. As lawyers, we have to make bold assumptions and carefully verify them. But we're not scientists, so our arguments don't need to be rigorous. We only need to find evidence that proves our point of view, and eliminate all evidence that doesn't. He Ji-chu had already had an in-depth discussion with the 2 neurologists and neurosurgeons by the time the trial began on Monday. Xan Xingao's brain CT scans and X-rays were passed to He Ji-chu, and he and the 2 experts carefully studied them for several days. Although the 2 experts thought the scans and X-rays were strange, they couldn't pinpoint any flaws due to the complexity of the human brain. Whether or not Xan Xingao's intelligence had been irreversibly damaged was a very subjective judgment. Mr. He, this is as far as we can help you. The 2 neurologists politely extended their hands to He Ji-chu. He Ji-chu smiled and shook hands with them. That's fine, we'll do our best. It was time for the trial again. Gu Nianji was dressed even more plainly this time. She wore a pure white silk bubble sleeve top with the hem tucked into straight black trousers. Her hair was tied up in a ponytail that swayed beside her ears. She looked very youthful. Judge Judy banged her gavel and asked He Ji-chu, "Lawyer He, do you have anything else to say?" He Ji-chu stood up. "We've invited 2 neurologists. Please summon them to the stand as witnesses." Agreed. Judge Judy nodded and gestured for the 2 experts to be brought in. The 2 experts placed their hands on the Bible and swore not to perjure themselves. They stood in the witness stand. The neurologists took out Xan Xingao's brain CT scans and explained to the judge, "Your Honor, based on my 20 years of medical experience, Miss Xan's injuries shouldn't have worsened to an irreversible degree. Look at the injuries in her brain. The images from the beginning to the 3rd week show that her condition is in the process of recovery. However, at the 4th week, her injuries suddenly worsened. The CT scans from the 4th week are very different from the previous 3 weeks. It's debatable what happened." "Dr. Carson, do you mean that Xan Xingao suffered a second injury between the 3rd and 4th weeks of her hospitalization?" He Ji-chu stood up and began cross-examining his expert witness. "Based on the brain scans, that's a very high possibility." Dr. Carson's answer was also very tactful. They were all successful medical experts and didn't want to ruin their reputations for a favor. Moreover, perjury and obstruction of justice were felonies. "So you're saying that Dr. Carson can't be sure that a second injury occurred between the 3rd and 4th weeks, right?" The prosecutor for the plaintiff had changed to a smart and capable person. He was much more capable than the previous prosecutor. The 2 expert witnesses He Ji-chu had found could only insist that there was a missing link in the changes before and after the injury, so they couldn't determine when the injury had caused the serious consequences. Under normal circumstances, when the plaintiff's evidence couldn't prove the defendant's guilt 100%, the defendant would be considered innocent. If there was a jury, they would definitely not convict the defendant under such ambiguous circumstances. In juvenile court, where there were no juries, the judge placed great importance on the directness and logical integrity of the evidence. Therefore, if Gu Nianji hadn't provoked Xan Xingao and the power behind her, she would have been acquitted. Unfortunately, her enemies were none other than the US military and the CIA, who were trying to use the judicial system to make an example out of the Huaxia imperial citizens. Gu Nianji's heart sank, and she clenched her fists tightly at her sides. He Zhichu didn't mind. If they really wanted to convict Gu Nianji, then he would have no choice but to use his ultimate weapon. Don't be afraid. He Zhichu held Gu Nianji's hand and pried her fingers open. I won't let anything happen to you. Gu Nianji smiled bitterly at him and shook her head. Professor He, I can't trouble you anymore. When we get back, give me the bill and I'll think of a solution. I won't default on your legal fees. He Zhichu's expression changed as he pushed Gu Nianji's hand away and said coldly, You're talking about legal fees at a time like this? Can you even afford it? Gu Nianji bit her lip. I'll try my best. If it's not enough, I can pay in installments. He Zhichu was so angry he didn't want to say another word. He turned around and sat down heavily, his face livid. He bit his lip tightly and glared at Gu Nianji. He wanted nothing more than to bite off a piece of her flesh to vent the hatred in his heart. Just let her go to jail, a stubborn child who wouldn't turn back until he hit the southern wall. He really hadn't changed at all. He Zhichu's handsome face was cold as he looked at Gu Nianji in a daze. His attention was completely focused on her and he couldn't care less about what the people in the courtroom were saying. Judge Judy had already received secret orders from the military and the CIA to convict Gu Nianji. After both sides finished their arguments, she chuckled and raised her gavel high, about to knock it down as she said, Since the plaintiff's evidence is conclusive, the defendant, before she could say, guilty, the courtroom doors were suddenly pushed open and a group of Huaxia imperial diplomats in suits walked in. Who are you? Trespassing in a courtroom is a felony, don't you know that? Judge Judy's hand froze in midair as she looked at the bailiffs. Aren't you going to kick them out? Gu Nianji looked up and was shocked to see the rotund Chen lie among the group of people in suits. He was also in a dark black suit and his expression was serious as could be, but his eyes danced with amusement when he saw Gu Nianji standing in the dock. Gu Nianji immediately calmed down. They must have been sent by Uncle Hua. He wouldn't give up on her, he was here to save her. The diplomat at the front took out his credentials. Judge Judy, we are Huaxia imperial diplomats and have diplomatic immunity. Therefore, she couldn't kick them out for contempt of court. What do you want? Even diplomats have to abide by our laws. Judge Judy's expression was dark and she didn't dare to knock her gavel down. Our country is very concerned about Xan Xingao's case against Gu Nianji. Since both of them are Huaxia citizens, we believe they must be brought back to our country for trial. This is the extradition document jointly signed by the Huaxia Imperial Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Justice. Please have a look, Your Honor. This is the second installment of 4,200 words, 2 installments in one, including 3,800 monthly votes. A reminder for everyone, monthly votes and recommendation votes. N_N. Chapter 159. Extradition. Judge Judy almost screamed at the top of her lungs. She didn't expect this at all. Her bewildered gaze involuntarily fell on a person sitting in the courtroom. That person was the person in charge of coordinating the case between the military and the CIA. He was the one who had contacted her and made the deal in private. Lieutenant Colonel Peter's mouth gaped open in shock. His eyes were as big as copper bells, and he cursed inwardly. He had really forgotten about this. One of Xan Xingao's conditions when contacting them was to give her a U.S. permanent resident green card. The process of applying for a green card was complicated, and although they had already agreed to her conditions, it would take time to go through the process. Xan Xingao had been beaten up by Gu Nianji before the process was complete. Unwilling to let it go, Xian Xingao relied on the support of the U.S. military and the CIA to make an example out of the other Huaxia students. She insisted on suing Gu Nianji and sending her to prison in the United States. At that moment, she had already considered herself an American, and believed that the U.S. legal system would speak up for her and protect her from the Huaxia students. As for what would happen to the Huaxia student Gu Nianji in prison, she didn't care at all. But now, as soon as the diplomat from the Huaxia Consulate General appeared, it was like Sun Wukong's golden cudgel had beaten her back to her original state. Sitting in the plaintiff's stand, Xian Xingao's legs turned to jelly. Her hands on the wheelchair began to tremble violently, just like her heart. She wasn't even a permanent resident of the United States, and was still a full citizen of the Huaxia Empire. There was nothing the U.S. law could do. Yes, extradition. The diplomat shook the document in his hand. Our country has signed an extradition agreement with your country. According to the agreement, this criminal case is fully within the scope of extradition. The diplomat emphasized the word criminal case with a mocking tone. He looked at the blushing Judge Judy with a faint smile. According to the extradition agreement, the parties involved in political cases were excluded from the extradition agreement, but criminal cases were completely in line with the conditions of extradition. Xian Xingao's lawsuit against Gu Nianji was clearly a political case, but in order to teach Gu Nianji a lesson, it was filed as a criminal case. As a result, the Huaxia Empire took advantage of this loophole. But extraditing Xian Xingao? Are you kidding me? Lieutenant Colonel Peter would be the first to slap her on the ear. The courtroom was silent for a moment. Most people's eyes were on Judge Judy and the Consul General of the Huaxia Empire in Boston. Except for He Zhichu. He sat up straight on the defendant's stand, his gaze sinister and fierce as he stared at Gu Nianji. The look in his eyes was indescribable. It was as if he would immediately transform into a ferocious beast and swallow Gu Nianji whole in one gulp if he could. However, Gu Nianji had never feared anyone other than Hu Shaoheng in her entire life. Unwilling to be outdone, she met He Zhichu's eyes and leaned over to whisper in his ear. Professor He, are you unhappy? Why did he suddenly lose his temper? No matter how she thought about it, it seemed to have started when she asked for the lawyer's fee. But at the time, she thought she would lose the case for sure and would be locked up, so she hurriedly explained the situation to He Zhichu before the bailiff took her away. She didn't want to owe He Zhichu anything. Seeing He Zhichu's huge reaction, Gu Nianji felt even more certain that she had made the right decision. She had to pay the money back as soon as possible. Yeah, you're still concerned about whether I'm happy or not. He Zhichu squeezed out the words through his teeth. His voice was extremely low, and his cool voice and breath almost brushed against Gu Nianji's cheek. Gu Nianji moved away and looked at He Zhichu from the corner of her eyes. She continued to explain, I know Professor He didn't help me for the money, but I can't take your kindness for granted. All I can do for you, Professor He, is to return the money first, then be a good student and strive to graduate with excellent grades. He Zhichu was so angry that he laughed. He rubbed his forehead with one hand and leaned his elbow against the back of the chair. Ha! Hi, He Zhichu, I'm really lucky to have a student like you. Professor He, you sound like you're saying unlucky for 8 lifetimes. Gu Nianji looked away and glanced at Chen Lai. She said nonchalantly, if Professor He finds it hard to accept right now, then wait until this case is over. Anyway, I won't let Professor He suffer any losses. The only person who can make me suffer, no matter where I am, is you. He Zhichu sighed quietly and swallowed his last words. He closed his eyes and decided not to stoop to the level of this heartless little girl. No one else heard Gu Nianji and He Zhichu's quiet conversation in court. Even if they did, they would only think that the defendant was talking to her defense lawyer. After all, the case had changed and she was about to be extradited to the Huaxia Empire. Actually, even if the Huaxia Empire's diplomats hadn't appeared, He Zichu still had ways to help Gu Nianji walk out of this case unscathed. But now that the Xia Empire's diplomats had appeared, He Zichu didn't want to use his own power. He closed his eyes and began to think about who these diplomats were here for. Xan Xingao, or Gu Nianji. He Zichu didn't say the last sentence, so of course Gu Nianji didn't know. Of course, even if she had heard it, she wouldn't have cared. Her attention was completely focused on the confrontation between the judge and the Xia Empire's diplomats. After Judge Judy recovered from her shock, she finally launched a new counterattack. No, Xan is mentally impaired. She doesn't have the ability to act normally. Who can guarantee her safety? The Xia Empire's representatives were already prepared. Chen Lai stepped forward and identified himself as a doctor. Your Honor, you can rest assured with me here. Chen Lai's medical skills were internationally renowned. Coupled with his military background, even Lieutenant Colonel Peter was speechless when he stepped forward. He discreetly shook his head at Xan Xingao and spread his hands to indicate that there was nothing he could do. The CIA representative also sat motionless. Their leader, Bai Yuxing, was already under their control. Xan Xingao was no longer of any use. Xan Xingao's eyes darted around the courtroom. She suddenly realized that if she didn't speak up now, she would become a sacrificial pawn and be extradited to the Xia Empire. She had done that kind of thing. She didn't even need to think to know what awaited her if she returned. Your Honor, I request to become a naturalized citizen of the United States. Xan Xingao suddenly spoke up in the courtroom. Although she was speaking to the judge, she turned around and looked threateningly at Lieutenant Colonel Peter and the CIA representative sitting in the gallery. I know that according to the American naturalization law, those who have made significant contributions to the national interest of the United States can be naturalized immediately without waiting. There was a procedure to apply for a green card, but being naturalized on the front line was much faster. Xan Xingao had already carefully studied these procedures. She had thought that a green card would be no problem and that all she had to do was wait patiently. Now, however, she had no choice but to apply for naturalization immediately. Compared to wanting to put Gu Nianji in jail, it was more important for her to quickly become a citizen of the United States and escape the Xia Empire's jurisdiction. Xan Xingao could no longer play dumb. She panicked and cried out in front of everyone in the courtroom. Gu Nianji was the first to react. She immediately snickered and stood up. Ha! Didn't classmate Xian's brain suffer irreversible damage and have the IQ of a 3-year-old? Why does classmate Xian's brain work so well at critical moments? Xan Xingao, you don't have to play dumb to frame me in front of everyone. Lawyer He, I want you to represent me to countersue Xan Xingao for fabricating evidence and obstructing justice. Countersue the U.S. military and the CIA for abusing their power for personal gain and persecuting an innocent minor like me. This was the first update. The second update should be 2 updates in one, including 3,900 monthly votes. It should be around 1:00 p.m. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 160. He Zichu tilted his head and glared at Gu Nianji. How did she manage to throw money at him and still order him around without batting an eyelid? Her shamelessness was unparalleled. He Zichu sneered as he stood up. His handsome face was frosty as he glanced around the courtroom and raised his chin arrogantly. She's right. On behalf of my client, I would like to countersue Xan Xingao for fabricating evidence to falsely accuse my client. I would also like to sue the U.S. military and the CIA for falsifying evidence and obstructing justice. Gu Nianji stood by He Zichu's side and raised her slender arm to wave twice. You heard her. He's Lawyer He. The famous and undefeated Lawyer He. Are you going to accept this? Lieutenant Colonel Peter's face contorted in anger as he roared, "I'm not." "Hang me." Gu Nianji crossed her arms and looked him up and down. Her arrogant expression mirrored He Jichu's, "Who cares if you accept this or not? WTF. Lieutenant Colonel Peter lost control of himself from Gu Nianji's expression and words. He lunged at her, wanting nothing more than to beat her up to vent his anger. The courtroom was instantly thrown into chaos. Gu Nianji deftly turned around and stood on the other side of He Jichu. Before Lieutenant Colonel Peter could reach her, He Jichu had already grabbed his arm and held it in midair. "Lieutenant Colonel Peter attacked my client in court. That's an additional crime. I'll add Lieutenant Colonel Peter's name to the list of defendants." Amidst the chaos, Chen Lai secretly activated the camera hidden in his glasses and quietly recorded the scene. He planned to bring it back to Hu Xiaoheng to show it to him. He snapped furiously in Gu Nianji's direction, specifically choosing an angle where Gu Nianji and He Jichu were standing together. The man was tall and handsome with a cold demeanor. However, his words and actions showed that he was very protective of Gu Nianji. The woman was tall and beautiful. She was lively and took advantage of He Jichu's influence to provoke him. She was fearless and looked like she was being pampered. Chen Lai watched and imagined Hu Xiaoheng's face when he saw the images. His round face was serious, but he was laughing so hard his intestines were turning green. "Silence! Silence!" Judge Judy hurriedly picked up the gavel and slammed it down. The bailiffs rushed in and separated everyone. The U.S. military and the CIA rushed in and pushed Xan Xingao's wheelchair out. Lieutenant Colonel Peter was dragged away from He Jichu by the bailiffs. He turned around unwillingly and gave the Hua Xia imperial diplomats the finger. "Xan will soon be an American. You have no right to control her." "Hee, so what if you're an American? Do you think we won't dare to sue just because you're an American? I'll sue her until she's bankrupt and put her in jail." Gu Nianji wanted to see the world burn, so she hid behind He Jichu and poked her head out to provoke Lieutenant Colonel Peter. He Jichu turned around and looked at Gu Nianji coldly. "You think you're capable? Putting others in jail at any moment? Professor, he is the best." Gu Nianji clasped her hands together shamelessly, her big eyes almost sparkling as she flattered He Jichu. "Professor He, you can put her in jail anytime." He Jichu had been furious that Gu Nianji wanted to pay the lawyer's fees, but now that he saw her acting cute, he couldn't bring himself to be angry. He patted her head. "At least you know your place." Xan Xingao became an American citizen within a day, so extradition was naturally impossible. At the same time, she dropped her lawsuit against Gu Nianji for seriously injuring her. However, He Jichu wouldn't let them get away with such an obvious false accusation. Soon, Gu Nianji's countersuit against Xan Xingao for false accusation, the U.S. military and the CIA, and Lieutenant Colonel Peter for fabricating evidence to obstruct justice was sent to the Boston Federal District Court. Gu Nianji was still a minor, and because of Judge Judy's blatant corruption, He Jichu reported her to both the U.S. Department of Justice and the Bar Association. Her qualifications as a judge and lawyer were now under review. The situation was extremely bleak, and Judy was likely to lose both her qualifications as a judge and her lawyer's license. Many judges were unwilling to accept Gu Nianji's countersuit after the news broke. In the end, the judge who accepted the case was He Jichu's former law school professor. With this neutral judge, Gu Nianji's case went very smoothly. Xan Xingao's registration made it easier for Gu Nianji to sue her. A week later, the U.S. military and the CIA couldn't stand it anymore and sent someone to beg He Jichu for mercy. They asked for a settlement of $10 million on the condition that they wouldn't overturn the case and seal Xan Xingao's files forever. Gu Nianji gasped when she saw the settlement amount. She asked He Jichu, "Professor He, is this enough to pay for your lawyer's fees? All you care about is lawyer's fees. How can you be so short-sighted? He Ji-chu patted her head. You're satisfied with $10 million US? Then how much does Professor He think is appropriate? Gu Nianji smiled as she made He Ji-chu a cup of coffee and placed it in front of him. I'll give it all to Professor He as lawyer's fees. He Ji-chu snorted. How generous of you. No, you don't have to give it all to me as lawyer's fees. I'll just take 10% of the settlement amount. Sure. Gu Nianji shrugged nonchalantly. It's an unexpected windfall anyway. It's better to let it all go. He Ji-chu finally proposed $100 million as compensation to the US military and the CIA. If they didn't agree, they would continue to fight, even if it took them to the Supreme Court. The US military and the CIA were worried that the more they interrogated them, the more their secrets would be exposed. After repeated discussions and He Ji-chu's lobbying within the US government, they had no choice but to accept He Ji-chu's conditions and compensate Gu Nianji $100 million. Gu Nianji paid 10%, or $10 million to He Ji-chu's lawyer's fees. The remaining $90 million became her private savings. She planned to find an opportunity to remit it to the Xia Empire. Chenlai waited until Gu Nianji's countersuit was over before returning to the Xia Empire. Before returning to the Xia Empire, he secretly met up with Gu Nianji while the Consulate General hosted a banquet for Xia students from Harvard. They didn't pretend to know each other in front of outsiders. But when they arrived at Chenlai's room in the consulate, Gu Nianji dropped the pretense and went up to give him a big hug. Brother Chen. I missed you so much. Chenlai was also very excited and patted Gu Nianji's back. Nianji, we missed you too. How are you doing here? I see you're like a fish in water. That professor he treats you very well, huh? Gu Nianji nodded and took Chenlai's hand to sit on the sofa. Professor he treats me very well indeed. I'm very grateful to him. You're just grateful. Chenlai's round eyes sparkled behind his glasses. I don't think he treats you like a teacher to a student, does he? Although he tried to hide the affection in the depths of his eyes, it was unmistakable in Chenlai's observant eyes. Gu Nianji frowned. Brother Chen, why didn't I know you were so nosy before? What about Sister Zitan? Did you get her? There's no point in changing the subject. Although I didn't get her. Chenlai glared at Gu Nianji. You little brat, you know how to talk nonsense now. You haven't even answered my question. Gu Nianji blinked her big, bright eyes and said weakly, Brother Chen, I already promised Mei Xiaoan that I'll come back in 6 months. If he still likes me, we'll be together. Oh. Chenlai cocked his head and lay on the sofa, counting with his fingers. Mei Xiaoan is already booked for 6 months. Professor he is so close. TSK. Let's see if a certain someone can sit still. A certain someone. Who? Gu Nianji asked suspiciously. Brother Chin, did something happen that I don't know about? No, of course not. Chenlai chuckled and handed Gu Nianji a bottle of sticky yogurt. Drink it, it's your favorite when you were little. The yogurt from the Xia Imperial Consulate General in Boston was homemade by a chef from the Xia Empire. It tasted amazing and was Gu Nianji's favorite when she was little. She inserted a straw and slurped the yogurt as she pondered how to ask Chenlai about Hu Xiaoheng. She recalled the day she saw Hu Xiaoheng smiling at Zhao Liang's phone video. Her heart ached like a cat scratching at it. She wanted nothing more than to grab Chenlai by his collar and shake him until he knew who that woman was. Chenlai studied Gu Nianji. He hadn't seen her in 2 months, and she had grown taller. Her figure was even more curvy now. Her girly vibe slowly faded, and her girly vibe became more pronounced. She was a grown woman now. Chenlai sighed and took a sip of Coke. Gu Nianji finished the bottle of yogurt and stammered, Brother Chin, did Uncle Hu get a girlfriend recently? Where did you find out? Chen-Lai narrowed his eyes and discreetly turned on the camera in his glasses to take a picture of Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji thought that if she didn't reveal anything, Chen-Lai would probably treat her like a child again, just like Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi. Gu Nianji gritted her teeth and said, "Uncle Hua, you attended the International Extraordinary Women's Awards reception before, didn't you?" "Yes." Chen-Lai immediately recalled how General Ji had forced Hua Xiaoheng to attend the reception. He couldn't help slapping his thigh and laughing. Oh. It was true that good news never went out, but bad news traveled 1,000 miles. "I didn't think you even knew about Hua Xiao being forced to drink with someone, ha ha ha." Gu Nianji's jaw nearly hit the floor when she heard Chen-Lai's words. She practically leapt onto Chen-Lai and grabbed his arm, shaking it violently. "Drink with someone? Drink with someone? Brother Chin, you have to tell me. Or else I'm not done with you." You knew he went to the reception, but you didn't know he was forced to." Chen-Lai laughed so hard that tears welled up in his eyes. He rubbed his chin and said earnestly, "It's like this, didn't Hua Xiao go abroad on a mission?" "Oh, the one where you helped them with the Nanda satellite." Gu Nianji nodded. "I know that, but what does that have to do with Uncle Hua going to the reception?" "It has a lot to do with it." Chen-Lai stood up and went to get another bottle of Coke. That mission was for Gu Yanran, the Barbadian tycoon. Hua Xiao went to drink with her because she wanted to personally thank him, and also promised to donate a large sum of money to the military to set up a charity fund for deceased or retired soldiers. Gu Yanran. Gu Nianji frowned. "Who's that? How come I've never heard of her?" "We didn't know before either. She's a rich person who popped up out of nowhere in the last 2 years." Chen-Lai laughed. "Her surname is Gu, and so is yours, but she's much more mature and generous than you are." Pfft. There are so many people with the surname Gu, how can any Tom, Dick, or Harry compare to me? Gu Nianji rolled her eyes at Chen-Lai. So this woman wanted Uncle Hua to meet her at the reception. If Uncle Hua agreed to go, she'd donate money to the military charity fund. That's right. Chen-Lai rubbed Gu Nianji's head. "My Nianji is so smart, she can draw inferences from one case and understand things thoroughly. That's what it means. Anyway, your Uncle Hua is so frustrated. This woman has a few stinking bucks, and yet she's being forced to drink with him at the reception he hates the most." Gu Nianji recalled the smile on Hua Xiaoheng's face that day and murmured. "Was he really forced? But I saw him smile." Chen-Lai asked, "How did you see that? What's wrong with smiling? Since he's going, he should go all the way. But I know he only showed up once and left. Little Zay was there for him afterwards." "Hey, isn't Little Zay with you now? Why don't you just ask him?" Gu Nianji didn't dare ask Zhao Liangzi, afraid that he'd say something she didn't want to hear. But now that Chen-Lai said it, there really was a problem with Hua Xiaoheng going to that reception, but why did he smile like that? Gu Nianji had to admit that she had some undeserved jealousy. Uncle Hua was already breathtakingly handsome, and when he smiled it was even more irresistible. Gu Nianji bit her lip and said quietly, "That Gu Yanran is so shameless. She wants to help the military, but why did she use Uncle Hua as a cover? What does Uncle Hua going to the reception have to do with her donation?" "Exactly, she's up to no good." Chen-Lai joined Gu Nianji in scolding Gu Yanran. To be honest, Chen-Lai didn't have a good impression of Gu Yanran either. So what if she had a few stinking bucks? How dare she threaten the military and force Hua Xiaoheng to meet her? Chen-Lai would rather Hua Xiaoheng die at Gu Nianji's hands than let Gu Yanran take advantage of him. I'm telling you, that Gu Yanran is really quite pretty. She doesn't look special at first glance, but you can't take your eyes off her the second time. Chen-Lai sighed. She's rich enough to rival a country, and she's moving all her assets to our country. You'll definitely see her when you go back. Gu Nianji crossed her arms and leaned back on the sofa. She can't do that even if she's rich enough to rival a country. It's none of my business who Uncle Hua chooses to be his girlfriend. But I can't let someone else blackmail him. What can you do? Chen Lai smiled and teased Gu Nianji. Spit on Gu Yanran. Pfft. Gu Nianji glared at him. I have my ways. Chen Lai left Boston the next day and returned to the Huaxia Empire. As soon as he returned, he knew Gu Nianji had a plan. It turned out that before he returned to the base, Gu Nianji had already sent the $90 million in compensation to General Ji of the Huaxia Empire's military. She requested that Hu Xiaoheng set up a charity fund for retired or deceased soldiers. This is the second installment of 4,000 words, including 3,900 monthly votes and updates. A reminder for the monthly and recommended votes. Chapter 161. General Ji, was Miss Gu Yanran the one who made this huge donation? She finally transferred the money. Colonel Zhu, who was in charge of finance in the office of the Imperial Army Supreme Commander, couldn't stop smiling when he saw the numbers in the bank account. Oh my, $90 million. It's almost double the $50 million we agreed on previously, ha ha ha. Looks like our Major General Hua has made a great contribution again. Look, not only was the excess remittance set up for a charity fund, but it was also named after Major General Hua. TSK, he couldn't help but be impressed. Colonel Zhu was almost humming a tune as he carried a stack of documents to General Ji's desk. General Ji was wearing presbyopic glasses. He looked up at him and said in a neutral tone, Colonel Zhu, I'm very worried about you handling finance like this. It looks like I'll have to change my finance supervisor. Ha! Colonel Zhu placed the documents on General Ji's desk and said anxiously, General Ji. If I did something wrong, just say it. What do you mean by saying that? I've been with General Ji for more than a decade. Even if I don't get credit, I still get credit for my hard work. Shut up. General Ji stopped him. Does financial work talk about hard work? If I asked you to lead troops to war and you made the wrong soldiers, would you still dare to say that you got credit for your hard work? General Ji. I was just being humble. Did you really take it seriously? When did I ever make a mistake? Colonel Zhu muttered unhappily as he stood in front of General Ji's desk. Bai Yueran, who had been sitting in the corner of the room and watching with a smile, finally burst out laughing. Colonel Zhu, you really made a mistake. This money didn't come from Gu Yanran. I'm telling you, it's understandable if you say the wrong source in front of Uncle Ji. Uncle Ji won't really do anything to you, but if you say the wrong thing in front of Hu Xiao later, you better pray for your own good. Neither Uncle Ji nor Uncle Long will be able to save you. Colonel Zhu became nervous and quickly took out all the bank account information to look at it carefully. Oh my God! It's not Gu Yanran. Who is it? This name was crossed off. Colonel Zhu looked for a long time before finding a remittance note. It turned out that the sender had requested to be anonymous. Colonel Zhu's rank wasn't high enough, so he couldn't see who the donor was. Yeah, you just need to know that it wasn't Gu Yanran. General Ji took off his reading glasses and threw them on the desk. He rubbed his eyes. You can leave now. Is Major General Hua here? Uncle Ji, I'll bring him in. Bai Yueran walked out with a smile. Hu Xiaoheng stood alone in General Ji's reception room. He was dressed in a formal military uniform, the buttons on his chest neatly buttoned. A thick military leather belt was wrapped around his waist, and the bottom of the belt was tightly attached to a sharp curve. His long legs were wrapped in knee-high military boots, making his shoulders look even wider and his waist more slender. His legs were long, and his back was wide. He was tall and imposing, and his aura was as steady as a mountain. He put his hands in his trouser pockets, and his eyes fell on a vivid painting of a tiger descending the mountain hanging on the south wall. Hearing the footsteps behind him, Hua Xiaoheng turned around to look. Hua Xiao, Uncle Ji is asking for you. Bai Yueran nodded at him. This way, please. Hua Xiaoheng turned to walk out as he asked, why did you come back? Bai Yueran used to work here before being transferred to the 6th military region. If she wanted to come back, she would need to get Hua Xiaoheng's approval. Bai Yueran quickly explained, it's like this. General Ji has some matters to attend to here, and it just so happens to be related to my previous work here. It also involves Hua Xiao, so General Ji secretly ordered me to come here alone. Hua Xiaoheng nodded and didn't say anything else as he arrived at General Ji's office. Xiaoheng, you're here. Have a seat. General Ji was all smiles when he saw Hua Xiaoheng, and waved him to sit beside him. This was the student he was most proud of, a sharp blade that the Empire had been patiently waiting for, and also the secret weapon of the upper echelons of the military. The most important thing for a powerful country and a powerful army was to have successors. Hua Xiaoheng sat beside General Ji and rested his hands on his knees. His back was straight, and it was the standard military posture. Hua Xiao, don't be shy. It's a good thing today. Bai Yueran winked at Hua Xiaoheng playfully and placed a cup of De Hong Pao tea in front of him. Please enjoy, Hua Xiao. General Ji chuckled and patted the back of the chair. It really is a good thing. Yueran is right. Xiaoheng, don't be like this. I don't even know how to sit properly. Hua Xiaoheng smiled. General Ji must be joking. This is an office, not your home. How can I not be serious? That's true. General Ji laughed heartily and placed a stack of documents on the coffee table in front of them. Xiaoheng, you have a good child. I give you full marks for being her guardian for the past 6 years. Hua Xiaoheng froze slightly and looked at General Ji. He couldn't help thinking, did he mention Gu Nianji? Did this girl go to new heights again? Hua Xiaoheng's head hurt. She had only been abroad for 2 months, and she had already caused so much trouble. Could he really leave her alone? Bai Yueran glanced at Hua Xiaoheng's wary expression and laughed until tears came out. Look at how anxious Hua Xiao is. Uncle Ji, hurry up and tell us. Otherwise, our Nianji will be taught a lesson by Hua Xiao again. It really has something to do with Nianji. What did she do this time? Hua Xiaoheng chuckled lowly, but he didn't dare relax his gaze. General Ji knocked on the coffee table. See for yourself. Nianji has done a great service again this time. She donated to the military to set up a charity fund, and she even wanted to set it up in your name. You see, your years of hard work are not without rewards. This child is smart and kind. We made the right decision back then. General Ji finished speaking and let out a long sigh. The room was silent for a moment. In this room with the tightest security system in the entire empire, the 3 of them fell silent. Hua Xiaoheng flipped through the bank transfer information and saw the name of the donation behind Anonymous. His fingers gently caressed it. Just hearing her name, his emotions were indescribable. This girl, Nianji, was really amazing. With a single brilliant feat she had previously contributed a lot to the Nanda satellite system. This time, not only did she contribute, but she also contributed money. 90 million USD was casually thrown out just like that. Hua Xiaoheng found out from Zhao Liangzi that Gu Nianji's countersuit against Xian Xingdao had finally been settled with the US military and the CIA. The other party had paid $100 million in compensation. $10 million was counted as legal fees and was given to He Zhichu's law firm. Hua Xiaoheng had originally instructed Zhao Liangzi to deposit the remaining $90 million into Gu Nianji's personal account. It would be her private savings, so that she would have something to rely on when she got married and started a career. He hadn't expected this mischievous girl to suddenly donate all her money to the military. Bai Yueran held a translucent bone china teacup in her hand and said quietly, "It's been 6 years, and we still can't find out where she came from." General G, Major General Hua, she'll be 18 in 2 months. What do you plan to do when that time comes? When Gu Nianji turned 18, it meant that she was an adult. Legally speaking, she no longer needed a guardian. Once she became an independent person, Gu Nianji would have more freedom. General G rested his chin on his hand and asked Hua Xiaoheng thoughtfully, "Xiaoheng, what do you think?" Hua Xiaoheng closed the stack of documents and pushed it back to General G. He looked down and said dryly, "There's nothing to do. She's just a normal person. 6 years of observation is enough. When she turns 18, let her live like a normal person." This is the first update. The second update should be 2 updates in one, including the monthly votes of 4,000 plus updates. It'll be around 1 p.m. Just a reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 162. I think Gu Nianji is a normal person, not a Frankenstein. Bai Yueran said humorously as she placed the porcelain teacup on the coffee table. But what we care about is not her as a person, but her background and origins. General G, Major General Hua, you haven't forgotten the little backpack she was carrying when she first arrived. That data chart was amazing, right? Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything. General G nodded. It was because of that chart that our Grey Shadow supersonic fighter was able to achieve a breakthrough in the engine. Otherwise, the engine would forever be the shortcoming of the Empire's fighter jets. Yes, to be honest, according to our intelligence, even the United States is still in the process of developing this kind of engine. Bai Yueran's words were completely directed at Hua Xiaoheng. So Hua Xiao, do you still want to get rid of this burden, Gu Nianji? General G sat up straight on the sofa. Although he was old, his imposing aura hadn't diminished. He patted Hua Xiaoheng's shoulder and said earnestly, "Xiaoheng, this is a mission given to you by the country and the military. I know it's not easy for a grown man like you to be a little girl's guardian and raise her like a nanny, but just like Yueran said, what we care about is her background and origins, not her person. So I order you, as long as we don't investigate her background and origins, you can't abandon your responsibility. Do you hear me?" Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "I won't abandon my responsibility, but I still feel that we can't completely entrust the development of the Empire's military technology to her. Self-reliance and independent research are the right path. The things Nianji brought back all those years ago helped us greatly, and that's enough. Of course, I will still work hard to find her family, not to gain more benefits, but to allow her to return to her family. You can't possibly think that she doesn't have a desire for family just because she doesn't have the memories of that time, right?" Bai Yueran giggled. "I didn't expect the ruthless Hua Xiao to be so short-sighted and sentimental. I've said it before, Gu Nianji is your mission and your goal, not your family or your friend. Hua Xiao, your current state of mind is very dangerous because you've already projected too much emotion towards your mission and goal. This is not right. Colonel Bai, it's not up to you to say whether my actions are right or wrong." Hua Xiaoheng was unmoved. Bai Yueran's words couldn't affect him at all. "You've crossed ranks." Bai Yueran was embarrassed that Hua Xiaoheng had rebuked her in front of her face. However, on second thought, she realized that she had indeed gotten carried away and had spoken inappropriately. She quickly stood up and saluted him. "Major General Hua. Bai Yueran shouldn't have said such things. Please punish her, Hua Xiao." General G waved at Bai Yueran. Sit down, sit down. The three of us can talk casually, don't feel restrained." Xiaoheng, Yueran's words aren't unreasonable. You have to remember that you're a major general of the Empire. Your every move is of great importance. Of course, I trust you. You're not someone who doesn't know what's important. Bai Yueran sat down uneasily and kept looking at Hu Xiaoheng's expression. She said quietly, Hu Xiao, I mean no harm. I'm truly thinking for the military. As for Gu Nianji, you have a point. Also, when she's of age, she'll find a boyfriend, get married, and have children. As long as she stays in the empire, there shouldn't be any problems. Hu Xiaoheng ignored her. He stood up and saluted General Ji. General Ji, is there anything else? That's all. Since this charity fund is going to be set up in your name, you should take the lead and find someone to do it well. General Ji pushed the stack of documents to him. Actually, we don't really need this bit of money. Just like the time with Gu Yanran, it wasn't because she agreed to donate that I allowed you to meet her. Do you understand? Gu Yanran also had some blueprints they needed. They were even better than the fighter jet engine blueprints that Gu Nianji had. This was the real reason the military had compromised with her. Of course, to the public, it was better to say that it was for the charity fund to fool people. Hu Xiaoheng had known it was for a long time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone. However, the fact that he had gone to drink with Gu Yanran for the sake of the donation had been used by some people who weren't happy with him. It had spread like wildfire, and the military hadn't come out to clarify it for him. His reputation was still affected and troubled. However, Gu Nianji's move had immediately silenced those people. Hu Xiaoheng thought of Gu Nianji, who was becoming more and more mischievous. His lips curled into a smile, and his stern expression softened. General Ji, this fund can't be set up in my name. Why? Bai Yueran and General Ji asked in unison. Hu Xiao, don't be so modest. Bai Yueran said anxiously. If it's set up in your name, it'll count as your merit. This was something that could be written on one's resume. Whether it was a promotion or an election, it would be something to write home about. Hu Xiaoheng smiled and picked up the stack of documents to shake. Didn't you see that the owner of this remittance is Gu Nianji? She's not even 18 yet, so she needs a guardian's signature to donate money. Her remittance from the United States was signed by Little Zay, but in reality, her donation needs my signature to be official. So, do you want my reputation to be even worse? As a guardian, he had ulterior motives and tricked his ward into donating all her money to himself in order to gain merit. Was he really that despicable? Bai Yueran and General Ji hadn't considered this. They looked at each other, then turned to look at Hu Xiaoheng. What do you plan to do? That's none of your business. Hu Xiaoheng put the documents into his briefcase and didn't answer the question. I'm going back. When the 6th Military Region's headquarters is built next year, I'll move over. After Hu Xiaoheng left, General Ji returned to his desk and composed himself. He asked Bai Yueran sternly, You've been at the 6th Military Region for a month. How do you feel? Bai Yueran quickly said, with Hu Xiaoheng overseeing the 6th Military Region, it's like an iron bucket, so I don't approve of sending a new commander there. Oh. So you approve of Xiaoheng becoming the commander of the 6th Military Region? Yes. Other than him, no one else has the right. Bai Yueran paused. I know that Uncle Ji is worried that the Bai family will have disagreements with Hu Xiaoheng because of what happened to my second uncle, but I can assure you that the Bai family is heartbroken by my uncle's treason and has sworn to draw a line with him. Also, we've mobilized our family and friends around the world to track my second uncle's whereabouts. Once we find anything, we'll immediately report it to the military. We won't be biased. As a large family, the Bai family played an important role in the upper echelons of the Huaxia Empire. Not only did they have many talented people in politics and the military, but they also had many outstanding people in the private business, media, and academia. In this era, it was no longer possible to have a family like this. The defection of Bai Yueran's second uncle, Bai Yuxing, didn't have much impact on the Bai family. The only one affected was his daughter, Bai Shuang. She could no longer be the spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but she didn't want to be transferred to an insignificant department and achieve nothing for the rest of her life. Therefore, she had already resigned from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and would no longer work in public office. General Ji relaxed a little when he heard Bai Yueran's words. He wanted to pave the way for Hu Xiaoheng, and the Bai family had to be stable so that they wouldn't have too many negative impressions of Hu Xiaoheng. Fortunately, the evidence of Bai Yuxing's defection was conclusive. Even with the Bai family's influence, they couldn't clear their name. Therefore, they could only actively draw a line with Bai Yuxing and help arrest him. However, some members of the Bai family were also unhappy with Hu Xiaoheng. They felt that he could have communicated privately instead of publicly arresting Hu Xiaoheng. If he did that, it would be a slap in the face to the Bai family. They could only count on Bai Yueran to put in a good word for Hu Xiaoheng and the Bai family. Bai Yueran's father was the head of the Bai family. Their branch of the family still held a lot of weight in the Bai family. That's good. It depends on your performance. General Ji wasn't afraid of falling out with the Bai family. If the Bai family really did harm the interests of the empire, they wouldn't be lenient. Hu Xiaoheng flew overnight from the imperial capital to the Sea City base. He found that Qinlai had already returned from the United States and was sitting in the living room eating lychees with his legs crossed. When he saw him enter, he quickly stood up and said with a smile, "Hu Xiao, you're finally back. I heard that Nianji donated a lot of money to the military, is that true? Where did you hear that?" Hu Xiaoheng threw his gloves on the table at the entrance. Less than 4 people in the entire empire know about this. I heard it from little Zay. I got a call from him as soon as I got off the plane. He said something about the guardian's signature and that you'd have to handle it. Chen Lai brought up the agate plate with lychees. Do you want some? No, thank you. Hu Xiaoheng pushed him away. I still have something to do. If you don't have anything else, go back and rest. Aren't you jet-lagged? He had just returned from the United States and was already in high spirits to eat. No wonder he was getting fatter. Hu Xiaoheng looked Chen Lai up and down. Did you get fatter again? Don't hit me in the face, and don't call me fat. Chen Lai patted his stomach. I've given up on myself a long time ago. I no longer control myself. Hu Xiaoheng ignored him and went to the study to summon the people from the base. He had them start the work on the charity fund. This fund can be named Today's Heartfelt Charity Fund. The donors will be kept secret and will be completely managed by the military. Hu Xiaoheng issued tasks to his subordinates. You all go down and work with the legal department to establish the fund according to the legal framework. Then use this as the standard to establish the guidelines for the military charity fund. Donors of the charity fund will not be allowed to interfere with any of the fund's operations. Only those who make a one-time donation of $90 million will be given the position of honorary director. Apart from receiving a financial statement every year, any conditions the donors propose are not allowed and are illegal. Hu Xiaoheng wagged his slender fingers. Did you hear that? These are the rules. We welcome those who are willing to donate, but we have the final say on how the donations will be used. If you don't agree to these conditions, then don't mention the donation. His conditions were very strong, but this was an important matter for the military. If he didn't take a strong stance, he would be waiting for the military to be infiltrated by external forces. This had always been Hu Xiaoheng's way of doing things. He wanted to be the one who made the rules. He would never be obedient to the rules set by others. Hu Xiaoheng's subordinates were overjoyed when they saw the huge figure in the bank account. They smiled. No problem. But Mr. Hu, can you tell us which deity is so generous? Is it that rich woman from Barbados? The subordinates looked at Hu Xiaoheng excitedly. They wanted to take out their cameras and record every word Hu Xiaoheng said. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at them expressionlessly. No. But after the fund is set up, have Miss Gu transfer the promised donation directly to the Today's Heart Charity Fund's bank account. Tell her that an anonymous donor has already donated $90 million, so her $50 million won't make up the majority of the fund. She doesn't even have the right to be an honorary director. Yes, Chief. The subordinates stopped asking as soon as they heard it wasn't Gu Yanran. They took the documents and went to find the legal department to start preparing the fund. After everyone left, Hua Xiaoheng returned to his building and found that Qianlai was still there. However, he had taken out his laptop and placed it on the coffee table. He worked and ate at the same time. Hua Xiaoheng sat down on the sofa across from him and frowned. What do you want? Why aren't you home yet? I forgot to show you this. Qianlai waved at him excitedly. Quick, look at this. It's a freshly shot short video, recorded live. There are no traces of Photoshop or editing. Hua Xiaoheng shook his head speechlessly. He got up to shower. Look at it yourself. I'm not interested. Oh. Not interested. I thought you'd want to see what happened in court. Qianlai looked at Hua Xiaoheng's back and grinned. He almost took out his stopwatch to count the time Hua Xiaoheng would turn around. However, he was disappointed. Hua Xiaoheng didn't hesitate this time. He turned around and sat next to him. He turned the laptop to face him and asked, "Is this Nianji's court interrogation record?" Yes. Qianlai opened the video happily and crossed his arms to sit to the side. He kept humming an old song. I'm laughing proudly. I'm laughing proudly. There was a burst of noise from the laptop. Hua Xiaoheng's gaze was immediately attracted to the beautiful girl in the middle of the screen. From this angle, Gu Nianji was even more beautiful than he remembered. Her bright eyes and brows, and she relied on the power of the tall man next to her to intimidate others. See? Don't they match? Qianlai leaned over fearlessly. This is the second chapter of 4,000 words, including the monthly votes of 4,000 plus chapters. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 163. A good match. Hua Xiaoheng didn't even turn around. Who are you talking about? Of course it's them. Qianlai giggled as he pointed at He Zhichu and Gu Nianji on the laptop screen. He gathered his courage and continued, Look, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Don't they look like a perfect couple? Hua Xiaoheng turned to look at Qianlai coldly. Lovers? What kind of nonsense is going on in your head? Isn't that the case? Qianlai was overjoyed. He thought to himself, that's what you get for pretending. Now that you can't keep up the act, you must be angry out of humiliation. Of course not. Hua Xiaoheng flatly denied it. He curled his right hand's pinky, ring, and middle fingers into his palm. His thumb was up, and his index finger extended to point at He Zhichu on the screen. He's Nianji's professor. Don't you know the rules of American schools? A teacher in a teacher-student relationship would be fired. If the student was underage, the teacher would go to jail. If He Zhichu wants to lose his reputation, I'll fulfill his wish. Qianlai gaped at Hua Xiaoheng. Why did Hua Xiaoheng's hand look like a gun when he pointed at the screen? Hua Xiaoheng did not forget to ridicule Qianlai. You're also a famous national miracle doctor, known as the god of traditional Chinese medicine and the military. How can you be so ignorant and ill-informed? Hua Xiaoheng did not forget to mock Qianlai. He hit where it hurt, directly attacking his professional skills. Qianlai hated it when people questioned his professional skills. He was so angry that he jumped up and stormed around the living room, but he was tongue-tied and didn't know how to respond for a long time. After a while, he awkwardly defended himself. Why are you so angry? I'm just saying. Besides, Professor, he is an expert at playing with the law. How could he let anyone get hold of him? Hu Xiaoheng turned his head to continue watching the video. He took out the flash drive and transferred the video to the flash drive. Don't flatter me. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? What dirty thoughts do I have? Chen Lai suddenly realized that he was the one who had flown into a rage out of embarrassment. When did Hu Xiao become so eloquent? In the past, even if you offended him, he might beat you up, but he would never argue with you, Chen Lai grumbled indignantly, TSK. A fair and graceful lady is a gentleman's desire. If you don't beg, why can't others beg? Don't be too overbearing. Why can't I? If I didn't, would Mei Xiaoan still be around Nianji? Hu Xiaoheng's hand paused, and he regained his usual composure. He copied all the videos and deleted all the related videos on Chen Lai's computer to an irrecoverable state. Mei Xiaoan. Chen Lai paused. Who's Mei Xiaoan? Hu Xiaoheng stopped talking. He pulled out the flash drive and got up to leave. Oh. I remember now. Mei Xiaoan was Nianji's class rep. Hu Xiao, you actually know his name. Ha 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 ha. No matter what, they are of similar age and looks, a perfect couple. Nianji already agreed to let him be her boyfriend in 6 months. Chen Lai slapped his forehead and yelled at Hu Xiaoheng's tall back, TSK, look at that tone of yours. Do you think Nianji should thank God for being able to have a proper relationship? However, Chen Lai didn't hear Hu Xiaoheng's reply. What awaited him was the sound of the door closing. The Huaxia Imperial Military's Charity Foundation, Jin's Heart, was quickly established. All the legal procedures were in place, and there was a dedicated staff, all of whom were elites from the 6th Military Region. When Gu Yanran heard about it, she almost gasped. Someone already donated. And anonymously. Is this news true? Gu Yanran read the email that Deputy Director Feng of the Huaxia Imperial Secret Service had sent her. Her brows furrowed as she muttered, no way. These conditions are too harsh. Why would anyone agree to it? Did someone really donate that money? Or did they do it on purpose? She had originally wanted to take control of the charity foundation under Hu Xiaoheng's name, and work for him from behind the scenes. She was the one paying, so of course she had the right to speak. Otherwise, who would be stupid enough to do that? Did they really treat the money as nothing? That $90 million was really donated just like that. And anonymously. It seemed fake no matter how she looked at it. Could it be that they were trying to trick her into donating more money? This kind of thing was common in the business world. It was like selling antiques at an auction. Everyone would bid against each other, and the highest bidder would win. Gu Yanran didn't believe that anyone would give $90 million to the military without asking for anything. Her own total assets were only a few $100 million, and that was after adding in a lot of real estate, stocks, and bonds. If she only looked at the amount of liquid funds she had, it would take her a month to raise $90 million. Gu Yanran thought about it and called her lawyer in the United States. Jennifer, can you get someone to help me investigate the Huaxia Imperial Military's newly established charity foundation? Did someone really donate? The lawyer was a very smart and capable female lawyer. As soon as she heard Gu Yanran's explanation, she exclaimed, impossible. That's impossible. I'll contact our branch in the Huaxia Empire and see if they have any information. Putting down the phone, Gu Yanran reclined on the cream-white, dark gold brocade sofa and stared out at the fine, rainy scenery outside the window. Large droplets of rain fell on the banana leaves outside the French windows, washing the leaves verdant and green. Summer in Sea City was almost over, right? It was almost September, and the weather was about to turn cold. Gu Yanran looked down at the letter in her hand, as if trying to find evidence that the other party was lying from between the lines. Soon, Ifer called her back. Yen, I can't help you with this. This time, the Huaxia Imperial Military is led by the newly established 6th Military Region. Our people can't reach the 6th Military Region for this charity foundation, 6th Military Region. Gu Yanran gripped her phone and suddenly said, I got it. Thank you, Ifer. If she remembered correctly, the 6th Military Region was the territory of Major General Hua, whom she had high hopes for. A faint smile appeared on Gu Yanran's face. She curled her thumb and middle finger and used an ivory toothpick to pick up a piece of golden cantaloupe. She placed it in her bright red lips. Since Major General Hua wanted it, she would grant him his wish. Someone, prepare $10 million in cash and transfer it to the account given by Deputy Director Feng. Gu Yanran ordered as she ate the cantaloupe. She had 4 or 5 senior secretaries on standby at all times, and there were countless decisions she had to make every day. Every minute involved millions of dollars of business. Also, tell Deputy Director Feng that we'll inject the remaining 40 million in installments. Gu Yanran stopped eating after 2 pieces of cantaloupe and stood up to push it to her secretaries. These cantaloupes are pretty good. They were flown in yesterday and grown naturally in a special manner. The quality is comparable to the specially supplied ones here. The secretaries sat over and ate a piece each. Gu Yanran continued to order, book a few more plane tickets. I want to go back to Barbados. I've been here for too long, so I'll go back for now. A few days after Gu Yanran left, Deputy Director Feng received news that Gu Yanran had originally promised to donate $50 million to charity, but only donated 10 million. The remaining 40 million would be injected in installments. He was very unhappy that he had sacrificed the lives of his own country's soldiers for her. Now that things had been settled, she was starting to bargain. Wu Xiaoheng listened to Deputy Director Feng's complaints over the phone and said dryly, return the 10 million to her. Consider her blueprints as payment. You don't have to have anything to do with her anymore. He paused and warned Deputy Director Feng, Old Feng, you're not allowed to do anything for this woman in the future. Don't have anything to do with her anymore. Do you hear me? This is the first update. The second update should be 2 updates in one, including the monthly votes of 4,100 plus updates. It will be around 1 p.m. Remind everyone of the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 164. Deputy Minister Feng had been utterly humiliated by Gu Yanran and hated her to the core. Why would he contact her again? If Gu Yanran ever wanted to contact him again, she would only be humiliating herself. Everything else aside, using money to blackmail a country's government and military personnel was an extremely stupid act. Of course, most businessmen who lived in Western countries and were used to using money to do the talking would not understand this. Gu Nianji and Zhao Liangzi were packing up in their apartment to prepare to move to Washington, D.C. The American Congress had just ended its vacation and was about to start. Gu Nianji had caused so much trouble in the past 2 months and had even been in court twice. Although she hadn't been convicted, it was generally impossible for her to pass the background check for being an intern in Congress. However, with He Zhichu's powerful social connections and activities, she managed to retain her position as an intern. Truth be told, Gu Nianji had originally planned to return home after the summer semester at Harvard. However, He Zhichu had given her plane tickets to go to Washington with Brother Huang in early September. Gu Nianji looked at the place she had lived in for over 2 months and was reluctant to leave. Although she hadn't lived there for long, she still had a lot of belongings. Zhao Liangzi watched her pack as he crossed his arms and leaned against the door with a smile. Nianji, did you know that the charity fund has been set up? Oh, it's set up. That's good. Gu Nianji bent down to stuff her panda pillow into the suitcase. She didn't really care about what Zhao Liangzi said. To her, the money had been an unexpected windfall. Giving it away would help more people in need, so she thought it was a good thing. She had also been protected by Hu Xiaoheng all this time. Although she was naturally smart, she was still lacking in the ways of the world. Zhao Liangzi saw that she wasn't very interested and added, "Oh right, the name of the fund is Jin Jixin Charity Fund." Hu Xiao named it himself. Gu Nianji suddenly paused in packing and turned to look at Zhao Liangzi. Her dark grape-like eyes stared at him. Jin Jixin. Did Uncle Hu really name it himself? Absolutely. Zhao Liangzi winked at her with his left eye, a look that said, "You know what I'm talking about. Wasn't today's heart, Nianji?" That way, Uncle Hu would remember her even if she left the base as an adult, right? Although Gu Nianji had never intended to leave a permanent mark on Hu Xiaoheng's side, this unexpected surprise still made her blush and her heart race for a long time. Zhao Liangzi cocked his head and watched as Gu Nianji's cheeks gradually blushed. Her misty eyes became watery, and her eyelashes fluttered like two butterflies gently flapping their wings in the Atlantic Ocean. She couldn't wait to set off a tsunami in the Hua Xia Empire on the other side of the blue planet. Although she was smiling in his direction, Zhao Liangzi knew she wasn't looking at him. "Hey, wake up, wake up. Why are you dreaming in broad daylight?" Zhao Liangzi walked over and caressed her head without batting an eyelid. "You're happy that Hu Xiao came up with a name." Gu Nianji snapped back to reality and took a step back. She patted her face and realized that she had unknowingly laughed so hard that her face was sore. "Of course I'm happy, this means you won't forget me in the future." Gu Nianji regained her smug demeanor. "Even if I leave you guys, you'll always remember me, right?" "Yes. Who would forget money, right?" Zhao Liangzi deliberately teased her. "You look like a giant walking bill to me right now. Get out." Gu Nianji kicked Zhao Liangzi mercilessly. "You're the one who looks like a bill. Your whole family looks like a bill. What's wrong with a bill? I wouldn't describe most people like that." Zhao Liangzi giggled as he circled Gu Nianji. "Everyone loves money, isn't that good?" "Thank you, but I'm not that capable or charismatic." Gu Nianji turned to continue packing her suitcase. She asked Zhao Liangzi, "Brother Zhe, are you done packing?" Zhao Liangzi stretched lazily. "I don't have as many things as you do. I packed them yesterday." The two of them packed and checked out of the apartment. They rented a car to the airport. Zhao Liangzi had already sold the second-hand car Yin Shixiang had bought. He planned to buy a new one in Washington. They met up with Brother Huang at the airport and boarded the plane to Washington. Professor He. When Shuyi stood in front of He Jichu's desk and placed a letter and a gift in front of him. "This is a letter from Senior Mr. He, and this gift is from Auntie Qin." He Jichu accepted the letter and opened the envelope. He slowly pulled out the paper inside to read. Under the snowy white light, his expression was as cold as ice. His thin lips were pursed into a straight line, and the color of his lips was almost invisible. "Professor He, Senior Mr. He misses you very much. If you have time, please go back and see him." Although when Shuyi had returned home as a punishment from He Jichu, they hadn't been back for several years. It was worth it for Wen Shuyi to take this opportunity to visit family and friends. He Jichu finished reading the letter and massaged his forehead with a deep frown. "Professor He, do you still have a headache?" Wen Shuyi thought about it and slowly walked behind He Jichu. "Let me give you a massage." He Jichu was still leaning against the desk with his hand on his forehead. The study's window was open, and the Potomac River was not far away. The night breeze carried the water vapor from the Potomac River into the room, cooling the room. When Shuyi was about to press her hand on He Jichu's temple when he suddenly stood up from his chair and avoided her hand to walk to the window. This was He Jichu's house in Washington. It was a manor of more than 10 acres, built in the expensive Potomac River area of Washington. He Ji-chu folded his hands behind his back and stood quietly in front of the window for a while before asking, "Is everything okay at home?" When Shi withdrew her hand dejectedly and walked behind He Ji-chu, she said quietly, "Everything is fine. It's just that senior mister, he really wants you to go back and see him." He Ji-chu looked down and placed one hand on the wall beside the window. He shook his head. "It's not time for me to go back yet." When Shi opened her mouth to try and persuade him again, but she remembered He Ji-chu's temper and didn't say a word. "It's getting late. Rest early, Professor He. I'm going back now." When Shi smiled and said gently. He Ji-chu nodded and turned to look at her. "Rest for a few more days. Long-distance travel is bad for your body." "Yes, I will. Thank you, Professor He." When Shi smiled even more warmly. "Then I'll take a few more days off and sort things out here." When Shi was He Ji-chu's teaching assistant and his personal secretary. When Shi was the one who handled everything for him. When Shi had returned to her hometown for the past 2 months and He Ji-chu hadn't found a new secretary. Many things had piled up. He couldn't do without Wen Shi. He Ji-chu turned around and walked back to his desk to sit down. His voice wasn't as cold as before. "You're still staying at your old place. 2 of my students will be coming to the capital as interns soon. Remember to help them with the paperwork." "Okay, don't worry, Professor He. I'll take care of it." When Shi nodded politely. "Is it classmate Gu and classmate Huang?" "Yes, it's still the 2 of them." He Ji-chu turned on his computer and typed in instructions. "Gu Nianji used to have a beef with you, but she's a student and young. You're so much older than her and you're also a teaching assistant. Don't lower yourself to her level and stay away from her in the future. I hope you'll reflect on yourself when you go back to your hometown this time. Don't make life difficult for your students again." His words were like a bucket of cold water being poured over Wen Shi's head. She didn't know if He Ji-chu's tender expression just now was her imagination or if he was laying the groundwork for Gu Nianji to intercede. "Professor He, don't worry. I have my professional ethics. I won't deliberately make life difficult for my students." Wen Shi thought about it and walked back. "But since Professor He specifically brought this up, I also want to remind Professor He that you can't be too biased towards her. Women are just like vile people. They're rude when near, but resentful when far away." He Ji-chu was speechless. "Even if you don't want to hear it, I still have to say it. Since ancient times, honest words have always been unpleasant to the ear. Officials who speak the truth always end up badly." "I know that, but I'm deeply indebted to the He family. Without the He family, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today. So I can't watch Professor He go astray and blindly flatter you." When Shi sat demurely on the round stool in front of He Ji-chu's desk and assumed the posture of a long conversation. He Ji-chu's expression suddenly turned cold. He looked up at Wen Shi. Under the light, his shimmering almond-shaped eyes were no longer warm and affectionate. His sharp gaze contrasted with his tall nose and cold, thin lips. One could only think of one word: cold-blooded. Wen Shi's heart trembled. Her back was drenched in sweat, and her silk blouse stuck to her body as soon as it was wet. It was very uncomfortable. But she didn't dare move. She knew that since she had opened her mouth, she had to brace herself and continue. If she gave up halfway, it would be worse than if she continued. She thought that she knew He Ji-chu very well. "You've been paying too much attention to Gu Nianji." Wen Shi gritted her teeth. "She's a student and you're a professor. Also, you're such a good man. It's easy for young girls to fantasize." He Ji-chu's sharp gaze instantly became stunned. He looked up from under the light, and his voice was calm and ethereal. "What did you say? What do you mean by fantasizing? Haven't you ever thought about it?" Wen Shuyi was also very surprised. As you said, Gu Nianji is only a young girl. She's not even 18 yet. With a 1 in a million man like you treating her so well, she wouldn't be able to resist even if she were 28. He Jichu understood what Wen Shuyi meant and couldn't help but laugh. His shimmering, sultry eyes twinkled like stars when he smiled. You're overthinking it. He Jichu waved his hand. Okay, I understand. You can go rest now. Wen Shuyi stood up suspiciously and quietly studied He Jichu for a long time. He Jichu didn't say anything else and started working on his computer. Then I'll be going. Wen Shuyi nodded and turned to leave. As soon as she left, He Jichu's fingers stopped typing on the computer. He thought about Wen Shuyi's words and Gu Nianji's, and couldn't help but laugh. If Gu Nianji really did fantasize about him, then of course he would be more than happy, but the problem was that this young girl was far from being enlightened. She didn't have that kind of thing in her head, and she was also very wary of him. What could he do? Gu Nianji and brother Huang got off the plane. Zhao Liangzi was not far behind them, but they didn't walk together. He Jichu had sent someone to pick them up with a large sign at the exit, William Huang and Gu Nianji. Brother Huang saw it and quickly waved at the person. He said to Gu Nianji, "Oh. You didn't give yourself an English name." "I did." Gu Nianji chewed on her gum. "Look, Nianji is my English name. It's obviously the pinyin of your Chinese name." Brother Huang scoffed. "Who are you trying to fool?" "Of course I'm trying to fool you." Gu Nianji's eyes curved into crescents as she giggled. Even brother Huang, who already had someone in his heart, couldn't help but jump at the sound of her voice. He turned his head and thought to himself, hurry up and find a man to tame this little vixen. I can't take it anymore. The three of them had quite a lot of luggage. Gu Nianji and brother Huang discussed it with the person who came to pick them up and asked them to send 2 more cars to pick up their luggage. This car would first take them to the hotel He Jichu had booked for them. This time, they were staying at the famous Capitol Hill Hotel in Washington, D.C. The best thing about this place was that it was closest to the capital. Zhao Liangzi and Gu Nianji stayed in a 2-bedroom apartment while brother Huang stayed alone in a 1-bedroom apartment. He watched the handsome Zhao Liangzi run around for Gu Nianji and couldn't help tugging at her arm. He asked quietly, "Who is this person? Is he really your guardian?" "Yes, do you have any questions?" Gu Nianji was happily munching on a Haagen-Dazs ice cream cone. "He's one of my guardians." "How many guardians do you have?" Brother Huang's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. "How can there be so many? What does it have to do with you?" "Brother Huang, you're too nosy." Gu Nianji glared at brother Huang sternly. "Why are you so concerned about my guardian?" "What do you mean?" "I'm concerned about you." Brother Huang lowered his head mysteriously. "A man and a woman in a room together. You should be more careful." "Brother Huang, your thoughts are too dirty." Gu Nianji sighed. She looked at the mashed Haagen-Dazs ice cream cone and couldn't bring herself to eat anymore. "Also, my guardian is old. He may look handsome, but he's actually very old." "Very old? How old can he be?" Brother Huang looked at Zhao Liangzi, who was walking towards them. "He couldn't be more than 25, 28. Almost 30, how's that not old?" Gu Nianji threw the ice cream cone into the bin. Brother Huang, who had just turned 29, felt as if his heart had been pierced by 1,000 arrows. He didn't even want to talk to Gu Nianji. He turned to his room and slammed the door shut. Zhao Liangzi dragged Gu Nianji into their room and warned her, "Don't talk to that brother Huang of yours. He has a perverted look on his face, and the way he looks at you isn't right. You should be more careful." This is the second update, including the monthly vote of 4,100 plus updates. Reminder, monthly votes and recommendation votes. Oh, N_N. Oh. Chapter 165. Gu Nianji turned around in shock. She hadn't expected Zhao Liangzi to say the same thing as Brother Huang. She was more familiar with Zhao Liangzi since she had known him since she was 12 and had grown up with him. Gu Nianji grabbed Zhao Liangzi's arm to stop him from leaving. She pouted, "Both of you need to be smart. Are you guys teaming up to mock me? Brother Zhe, speak clearly. How am I being inconsiderate? I'm smart, quick-witted, and I always get first place in every exam. Last time, I even figured out the password of the European Copernicus satellite navigation system. Tell me, how am I stupid? Being simple-minded was clearly a curse. Getting first place in an exam and knowing how to solve the password are two different things. I'm not wrong to say you're dumb for asking something like that." Zhao Liangzi pulled his arm out and ruffled her hair. "For example, that senior of yours. You treat him like a senior and joke around with him, but who knows how much he fantasizes about you in his heart. So you have to keep your distance from him. Keep your distance. Do you hear me?" Gu Nianji shook her head. "How do you know what he's thinking? Do you have X-ray vision? Don't talk about my brother like that. They're all nice to me. You're the one." Zhao Liangzi wasn't like Yin Shixiang. He treated Gu Nianji more like his peers, fooling around and fooling around. Perhaps they were both intelligent geniuses, so he understood a lot about her. He took her hand to sit on the sofa and said earnestly, "I'm also a man. How could I not know what your senior brother's look means? Brother Zhe, don't flatter yourself. Are you even a man?" He didn't expect Gu Nianji to be so ungrateful. She scratched his face and laughed at him. "You're 25 this year, right? Have you ever had a girlfriend? Did you lose your virginity? If not, then why are you pretending to be a master in front of me? Also, Brother Huang told me to be careful of you just now. He said it's a man and a woman alone. He told me to be careful. See, he's not as perverted as you think he is." Zhao Liangzi was flabbergasted. He almost jumped up from the sofa. "What virginity? You. Where did you learn all this? How is that the same? What's our relationship? What's his relationship? I am one of your guardians. I treat you as my daughter." "Pa!" Gu Nianji slapped Zhao Liangzi on the head, unable to control her sudden temper. Her palm-sized face turned bright red, and her eyes, which were always smiling, were now filled with anger. She pointed at Zhao Liangzi. You've gone too far. You're only a few years older than me, yet you're taking advantage of me. Since when did I have a father?" Zhao Liangzi hadn't expected Gu Nianji to react so violently, but he didn't dare continue to provoke her when he saw her flip out. He didn't get angry and immediately comforted her. He ran to the kitchen and found a carton of milk in the fridge. He quickly took one and stuffed it into Gu Nianji's hands. He coaxed, don't worry. I'm just using a figure of speech to express my sincere love for you. It's the kind of selfless love an elder has for a junior. Why are you so fixated on that word? I'm not trying to take advantage of you, it's just an example. You've been with us at the base for the past 6 years, and how have we treated you? Most parents don't even treat their children the way we treat you." Gu Nianji didn't understand why, but she felt suffocated. It was like she was locked in a narrow space without any doors or windows. She couldn't even breathe. She drank the milk in large gulps and suppressed the panic and uneasiness in her heart. She lowered her head, and her snow-white neck curved in front of Zhao Liangzi. The beautiful curve was like a beautiful white swan. When she came to them, she was indeed an ugly duckling. She looked completely different from how she looked now. He recalled the photo in Gu Nianji's small backpack and looked at her now. She had truly transformed from a fat duckling to a white swan. She had grown into such a beauty right under their noses. Zhao Liangzi felt a great sense of accomplishment. He sat next to Gu Nianji and spoke to her confidently. Nianji, I understand how you feel. I'm afraid I understand your situation the best, because I can empathize with you. Gu Nianji glanced at him. She didn't believe him. You have to believe me. Zhao Liangzi put his arms behind his head and lay back on the sofa. I was also a genius back then. I went to university at the age of 10, even earlier than you. I graduated from university at 13 and went to the United States to study computer science. I got my doctorate at 15. I was just like you at the time. I thought I was smart and omnipotent. I was invincible on the internet. I was the king of the internet. Gu Nianji finally laughed. She bit the milk carton and looked up at him. Keep lying. I'm telling you the truth. Zhao Liangzi stretched his long legs lazily. I was clueless at the time. I only liked to do my own things. I didn't want to find a job after graduation. I was most interested in competing with the Russian and Eastern European hackers. Until 8 years ago, when I was subdued by Hu Xiao and came back from abroad. I joined the military and joined the Special Operations Forces. Zhao Liangzi looked at her. After going through all kinds of training in the Special Operations Forces, I realized that I could be considered an idiot who only knew about computers and the internet. Gu Nianji looked disgusted. Pfft. That's it. I thought you only learned how to be a human after falling for a girl who appeared out of thin air. Looks like I was overthinking things. Girl. Zhao Liangzi thought of Bai Yuan. His expression changed, but he quickly covered it up with a laugh. Ha 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 ha. What girl? I haven't found a girl who can move my heart yet. But during my 8 years in the Special Operations Forces, I learned a lot of knowledge and skills outside of books and computers. For example, how to determine a person's true intentions, how to deal with a person's seduction, how to determine if a person is sincere or not, and how to convince a person that you're not lying to them during a mission. Gu Nianji said. What exactly did you learn? 108 ways to flirt with girls. That's only a small part of what we learned. Don't generalize. Zhao Liangzi corrected her. Nianji, to be honest, compared to 10-kilometer cross-country running, obstacle jumping, and shooting, I think these things are more important to you. Unfortunately, Hu Xiao doesn't listen to me. You're smart enough, but do you know how to tell if a man is interested in you? Do you know how to tell if a man is sincere or not? Do you know how to see through appearances? These things aren't in books, but for a straight-A student, it's even more exciting to learn. Zhao Liangzi smiled confidently and leaned closer to her. He lowered his voice and said, more importantly, can you tell from a man's eyes whether it's a man's desire for a woman or the love and affection between friends and family? If you can tell this, you can get rid of a lot of unnecessary entanglements in advance. Gu Nianji's lips parted slightly as she looked at Zhao Liangzi with bright eyes. His words had opened the door to a whole new world for Gu Nianji. Brother Zhe, I want you to be my teacher. You'll teach me. Gu Nianji pulled Zhao Liangzi to sit in front of the computer. Tell me, I'll write. What are the steps? Zhao Liangzi couldn't help but facepalm. These feelings could only be understood and not expressed. How could he write them out step by step? Zhao Liangzi felt like he had nothing better to do. If Hu Xiao knew, he would probably send him to Mauritius. This was the first update. The second update should be 2 updates in one, including the monthly votes of 4,200 plus updates. Around 1 in the afternoon. Remind everyone of the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Oh, N_N, oh. Chapter 166. There's no rush, the main thing is to practice actual combat. Zhao Liangzi discreetly diverted Gu Nianji's attention. For example, I just told you that your brother Huang doesn't look right when he looks at you. The next time you see him, you should study his eyes carefully and compare them to other people's. This was a field of psychology in depth, and there were plenty of books on it. But simply put, it was a self-taught skill for many people. If you learned to read other people's eyes from a young age, you would be more at home in society when you grew up. This skill was called smart in the West, and was often a skill that elites with high IQs and good family backgrounds did not possess. What kind of logic is that? Gu Nianji was displeased. How can you measure it without quantifying it or measuring stick? That's why I said this knowledge is more challenging. Do you dare to learn it? Zhao Liangzi straightened his back, a wide smile on his face. Okay, I'm going back to my room. What do you want for dinner? Should we order takeout? Gu Nianji stared at Zhao Liangzi for a while, unsure if she should believe him or not. After dinner, Gu Nianji tidied up her room and went to take a shower. When she came out, she saw a missed call from Hua Xiaoheng on her phone and quickly called back. Uncle Hua. As soon as the call connected, Gu Nianji hurriedly explained, we just moved in today and have been unpacking and just showered. I didn't hear you in the bathroom. Hua Xiaoheng had his headphones on and was browsing the ocean satellite map on his computer. He said nonchalantly, yeah, it's fine, I just called to ask if you're comfortable. It's fine, it's just hotter than Boston. Gu Nianji wiped the sweat from her forehead. Maybe I turned the air conditioner down a little. Go turn it up a little. Don't be greedy for the cold. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes were attracted by an unusual ocean satellite map on the computer. He planned to hang up after a few words. Be careful in Congress, I'm hanging up if there's nothing else. Gu Nianji quickly said, hey. Don't hang up. Is there anything else? Hua Xiaoheng's cursor kept moving over the map as strings of data appeared. His frown deepened. Gu Nianji immediately recalled what Zhao Liangzi had said to her earlier and immediately relayed every word to Hua Xiaoheng. Uncle Hua, I heard that you've learned how to determine a person's true intentions, how to deal with a person's seduction, and how to determine whether a person is sincere or not. Also, during a mission, how to convince a person that you're not lying to them. Is that true? I want to learn too. Hua Xiaoheng froze and focused on the earpiece. What did you say? Can you say that again? Gu Nianji repeated herself and emphasized, I want to learn. I think I'm lacking in this area. Hua Xiaoheng's face darkened as he denied flatly, who did you hear that from? We're regular soldiers, how could we possibly learn all this nonsense? Although this was indeed a compulsory course for members of the Special Operations Forces, Hua Xiaoheng felt that Gu Nianji didn't need to know because she wasn't a member of the Special Operations Forces. Telling her about this would be a leak of classified information. Ah. So Brother Zhe lied to me. Gu Nianji let out a long sigh, her entire body relaxed. I was really fooled by him when he made it sound so mysterious. I thought I really didn't know how to deal with the world. He kept telling me to be more cautious, so isn't he accusing me of being stupid? Am I that stupid? She couldn't help the coquettish tone in her voice. The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's lips curled up as he swiped the mouse and found the program to contact Zhao Liangzi on the computer. He tapped it lightly and opened the connection. He said to Gu Nianji dryly, don't listen to little Zhe's nonsense. You have so many tricks up your sleeves, how could you be so stupid? Gu Nianji was speechless. After a while, she asked meekly, Uncle Hua, smart doesn't seem like a compliment, does it? From Gu Nianji's point of view, she was just a pretty, smart, and adorable girl, ******. But it seemed that other people didn't see it that way. If you're not smart, how could you steal so many of my t-shirts right under my nose? Hu Xiaoheng smiled faintly. The image of Gu Nianji wearing his black t-shirts as pajamas appeared in his mind. Gu Nianji was so ashamed that she couldn't speak. She mumbled to herself for a long time before summoning the courage to say, "Don't forget you promised to give me a few more black t-shirts." She hung up the phone in a panic and collapsed onto the bed as if she couldn't take it anymore. She hugged her panda pillow and rolled to the other side of the bed. She didn't know why, but every time she hung up the phone with Hu Xiaoheng, her emotions would fluctuate wildly. Sometimes she would be sad, sometimes she would be happy, and sometimes she would suddenly laugh out loud. Zhao Liangze, on the other hand, was in deep trouble. He never imagined that Gu Nianji would turn around and tell Hu Xiaoheng exactly what he had told her. She even went to him to verify it. If this wasn't stupid, then what was? Zhao Liangze swore that if he reminded Gu Nianji again, he would chop off his hand. _hand says, "What does it have to do with me? Hu Xiao, I had a special situation. I didn't mean to leak information." Zhao Liangze explained with sweat dripping down his forehead. "You better have a valid reason. I can give you a, just don't do it again." Hu Xiaoheng said slowly as he enlarged the ocean satellite map on his computer and copied the data. Zhao Liangze had no choice but to sell Brother Huang out. "It's like this, Nianji's older brother was looking at her a little too much. I just wanted to remind her to keep her distance from him. She wouldn't listen to me, so I told her some of the courses we took in the special ops. Hu Xiao, I only told her a little about the course topics. I didn't tell her the content. You can ask her right away if you don't believe me." Hu Xiaoheng believed that Zhao Liangze wouldn't be brave enough to tell others about the special ops without his permission. "Yeah, that's a fair enough reason." Hu Xiaoheng let Zhao Liangze off the hook for now. "But I see that you have a lot of free time. I'll give you some work to do." As he spoke, Hu Xiaoheng sent the newly downloaded ocean satellite map to Zhao Liangze. This is the ocean map of the Gulf of Aden. It includes ocean currents, weather changes, and magnetic field conditions. Analyze it. Doesn't it look familiar? Who's the big sister? I'm the big sister. Big brother. Zhao Liangze retorted angrily, but when he saw the data Hu Xiaoheng sent him, his expression turned serious. "No problem, I'll do a database analysis right away." The next day, Gu Nianji and Brother Huang went to the U.S. capital to meet He Zhichu and Wen Shi. "Teaching assistant Wen, you're back." Brother Huang greeted her warmly. "How's your family? Didn't you rest for a few more days?" Gu Nianji's conversation with Zhao Liangze the night before had left an impression on her, even though Hu Xiaoheng had scolded her afterward. She carefully observed Brother Huang's every word and action and discovered that he really knew how to get close to people. This sort of natural familiarity was actually quite important for a lawyer. Not only could he quickly win the client's favor and trust, but he would also have more opportunities to pry open witnesses' mouths and obtain more evidence when searching for evidence. This was something she had to learn. Gu Nianji stood to the side without saying a word. She smiled as she watched Brother Huang talk to other people, her beautiful eyes never leaving him. Brother Huang felt that his little sister was especially studious today. She kept looking at him with admiration, and he couldn't help feeling smug. He Zhichu frowned. He didn't understand what was so interesting about Brother Huang. His expression was cold as he turned to walk up the steps to the capital. Little Huang will follow teaching assistant Wen to the Congressional Committee on Freedom of Ocean Travel. I'll take Nianji to the Committee of Appropriations. Brother Huang's research was on the law of the sea and the Convention of the Atmosphere, so going to the Congressional Committee on Freedom of Ocean Travel would be a good fit. However, Gu Nianji had no idea where to go to the Committee of Appropriations. That place required more knowledge about finance and was more distant from the law. However, Gu Nianji hadn't decided on her main direction yet, so she didn't really care where she went. When Shi saw that Hijichu had walked far away and urged Gu Nianji, "Little Gu, Professor, he has already gone up. Why aren't you going?" She reminded her, "Professor, he went through a lot of trouble to get your position. Although it's just bookkeeping and doesn't have any real power, you can at least observe the workings of the U.S. Congress. You have to be careful, don't embarrass Professor He." The Committee of Appropriations didn't have any real power. It wasn't really in charge of appropriations. It was an organization in charge of bookkeeping after the Congress voted to approve the appropriations. Simply put, they were bookkeepers. They weren't even accountants. It was indeed a very insignificant department. After everything was digitized, they didn't even need manual bookkeeping anymore. All they had to do was press a few buttons on the computer every day to approve, and upload. Therefore, people like Gu Nianji, who had questionable background checks but had strong connections, were usually shoved into these idle departments. It wasn't hard to imagine what awaited Gu Nianji for the next 6 months. She would have to buy coffee and lunch for people and work as an errand girl for the photocopiers. Brother Huang had also crammed knowledge about the various committees in Congress, so he naturally knew the ins and outs of the Committee of Appropriations. He looked at her sympathetically and followed Wen Shuyi to the Committee for Freedom of Ocean Travel. Gu Nianji discovered that she was really prejudiced against Wen Shuyi. No matter what she said, good or bad, she always felt that Wen Shuyi harbored unwarranted hostility towards her. She couldn't be any better. However, she wasn't angry. She squinted at Wen Shuyi's back for a long time and chuckled before turning to walk up the steps. Hijichu stood at the top of the steps with his hands in his trouser pockets, waiting for her. He was wearing a light 3-piece wool suit with a light blue tie. The seashell non-iron shirt underneath was especially crisp. Among the group of fat U.S. senators who went in and out of the Capitol Hill building, Hijichu stood tall like a clear stream, forgetting about the world when he saw him. When Gu Nianji saw Hijichu's outfit, the displeasure she felt towards Wen Shuyi immediately vanished. "Professor He, you're so handsome today." Gu Nianji praised him with a smile as they walked towards the Committee of Appropriations in the Capitol building. Hijichu's cold expression warmed up a little, but his voice was still cool. "Are you used to it? It's a service department over there. Someone cleans it every day." Gu Nianji nodded and beamed. "Thank you, Professor He. It's a great place. It's fully furnished and the service is excellent. The monthly rent is close to $8,000. It's understandable that it's not great." Hijichu led her to the entrance of the Committee of Appropriations and reached out to adjust the small bow on the collar of her pink and purple suit. "Go on in." Everyone thinks this is the most insignificant place in Congress, but I think only idiots would think that. "Oh. Really?" Gu Nianji's interest was piqued. She loved this kind of challenge. She loved finding the most unusual clues from the most ordinary things. "Well, it depends on how smart you are. If you're smart enough, you'll realize that this is the real place in charge of the entire capital." Hijichu said meaningfully, "If you can figure out what's really going on, I'll give you a grand 18th birthday present." Gu Nianji held out her hand, her eyes as bright as the finest black crystals. "It's a deal." Hijichu stared at her and saw his reflection in her dancing eyes. He was tall and handsome, but his expression was unusually cold. He smiled slightly and hung a nameplate around her neck. He reached out to pat her head and turned to leave. Gu Nianji stepped through the door of the Committee of Appropriations alone and said to the smiling old Caucasian lady, "I'm Gu Nianji, an intern." She pointed to her nameplate. The nameplate had her photo, her name and phone number, her workplace, and a barcode. With this nameplate, she could come and go as she pleased in the Capitol building. The old Caucasian lady was happy to see an Asian beauty like Gu Nianji. She gave her a big hug. Gu, you're finally here. I'm Mary. Come, I'll take you to your office. Gu Nianji was shocked. I have my own office. She thought she would be sitting in the lobby, of course. We have a lot of empty offices here because people don't want to come here. Mary winked at her. The two of them laughed together. Over the next few days, Gu Nianji and Zhao Liangze were incredibly busy. Although they lived in the same suite, they barely saw each other. Gu Nianji had her breakfast and lunch at the Capitol building. Usually, he Jichu or when Shuyi took her and brother Huang out for dinner. It took Gu Nianji a week to figure out how Zhao Liangze managed his meals. You eat pizza every day. Gu Nianji looked at the tall pile of pizza boxes in Zhao Liangze's room and covered her nose with her hand. You smell like onions and cheese. She hated onions, but pizza often had onions in it. Zhao Liangze had been working tirelessly for the past few days to calculate the data Hua Xiaoheng had sent him. He was finally done. He turned to see Gu Nianji come in and waved her over. Little prodigy, come take a look at this set of data. What do you think? This was the second and third update in a row, including the monthly votes of 4,200 plus updates. A reminder for everyone, monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 167. Gu Nianji covered her nose and walked around the pile of pizza boxes to Zhao Liangze's computer. She bent down to examine it carefully. What data is this? It's the ocean current and magnetic field data from the Gulf of Aden for the past month. Zhao Liangze pointed to the ocean satellite map on another display. Look, that's the original map. Gu Nianji frowned. This is physics. It's too advanced. I don't understand it. Oh. It's rare for you to admit you don't understand it. Zhao Liangze laughed heartily, but his mood suddenly relaxed. This set of data shows that there have been more than 60 earthquakes in the Gulf of Aden seabed in the past 10 days. This has greatly changed the magnetic field there. As he spoke, Zhao Liangze's eyes quickly swept over Gu Nianji's face. He said nonchalantly, I saw the news and found that the United States sent a large number of warships to the Gulf of Aden 2 months ago to destroy the nearby Somali pirates. They only retreated about 10 days ago. Really? Gu Nianji understood instantly. You mean that as soon as the American warships retreated, the ocean current and magnetic field there changed? You can't say that. The warship's retreat is a relatively long process, so it's hard to say if the ocean current and magnetic field there changed as soon as they retreated. Zhao Liangze explained the data to Gu Nianji. Look at these fluctuations. It's also possible that the changes had already occurred before the warships retreated. The subsequent earthquakes were just the aftermath. Gu Nianji looked at the data on the display and compared it to the ocean satellite map. She slowly began to understand something. She asked Zhao Liangze, what do you want me to do? Zhao Liangze couldn't help but smile and pat her head. It's so easy to talk to smart people. He then gave her a task. See if you can find some information from the U.S. Congress. For example, why did the United States suddenly send a large number of warships to the Gulf of Aden to destroy the Somali pirates 2 months ago? Gu Nianji raised a brow and straightened up. She crossed her arms and looked down at Zhao Liangze. Brother Zhe, are you muddled from not sleeping for a long time? You said yourself that the United States sent warships to destroy the Somali pirates. What other reason do you need? Do you really believe that the United States sent warships to the Gulf of Aden to eliminate Somali pirates? The corners of Zhao Liangze's mouth twitched. Nianji, I'll tell you a secret. Everything the United States does is for its own national interest. It will never do it for the benefit of other countries. Gu Nianji snickered and wagged her slender fingers. That's a secret. The entire human race knew that. Do you really think that the United States is a living lay foam, worrying about the welfare of the entire human race? Those who believe this are either stupid or guilty. Ha 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 ha, as expected of a girl who grew up with us. It's good that you know. Zhao Liangzi laughed and stood up to pat her head. Gu Nianji quickly dodged and clenched her fists to straighten her neck. I'm almost 18. Don't touch my head like I'm a kid. Fine, fine, I won't treat you like a kid. You'll be an adult soon. Zhao Liangzi paused and remembered that Gu Nianji's 18th birthday was in a month. His emotions were complicated, but he only thought about it for a moment before putting it aside for now. He continued, since you know that the Americans don't do things without benefits, and the Somali pirates have been running rampant for several years, why did the United States suddenly send them to the Gulf of Aden to eliminate the pirates? I understand. Gu Nianji nodded. But I'll say this first. My department is the worst in the country, so I probably won't be able to help you. But Brother Huang's department should have something to do with this. What department is he in? The Committee for Freedom of Sea Passage. Gu Nianji bent down and opened the U.S. Congress website. Look, this is it. They work closely with the U.S. Navy. Then try it. Zhao Liangzi reminded her. Don't be too obvious. Just ask like you're gossiping. It's fine if he doesn't know. Our country's research ship is already heading for the Gulf of Aden anyway. By the time they finished talking, it was already late at night. Gu Nianji stretched lazily. I have to wake up early tomorrow. I'm going to bed now. Go ahead. Zhao Liangzi walked her back to her room and searched around with a detector before watching her sleep. He even adjusted the thin blanket for her and turned up the temperature of the air conditioner. The next day, the first thing Gu Nianji did when she arrived at the Capitol building was to buy a sumptuous English breakfast. There were English buns, bacon, scrambled eggs, fresh milk sauce, peanut butter salad, and a steaming cup of Lipton black tea. She took it to Brother Huang. Senior Brother Huang, look at what I've brought you. It's so early, did you not have breakfast yet? Gu Nianji carried the breakfast box and opened the door to Brother Huang's small office with a wide smile. Surprise! Gu Nianji was the one who was surprised when the door opened. Brother Huang's small office was occupied by 3 people. The other 2 were He Zhichu and Wen Shuyi. Brother Huang was overjoyed to see Gu Nianji bring him breakfast. He hurried over to take the breakfast box from her. How thoughtful of you, Nianji. I really didn't have breakfast. How did you know? Gu Nianji had wanted to coax Brother Huang with sweet nothings, but He Zhichu's gaze was so cold it almost froze her into ice. She couldn't bring herself to say a single word of flattery, so she chuckled. Oh, Professor He and teaching assistant Wen are here too. Why are you looking for Brother Huang? Am I interrupting? Wen Shuyi was in a surprisingly good mood. She was unusually gentle with Gu Nianji. Classmate Huang wrote a good report, so Professor He came over to discuss it with him. He's taking him to a debate in Congress today. Why don't you come along if you're free? Gu Nianji blinked. What debate? Is it nice? It's a debate about withdrawing from the International Maritime Convention. Do you want to come along? Brother Huang invited Gu Nianji enthusiastically. It'll be very interesting. Gu Nianji really wanted to go, but He Zhichu's expression grew colder and colder. His gaze was like daggers stabbing into her face. It was obvious he didn't want her to go. Gu Nianji wouldn't go against He Zhichu just to get on Brother Huang's good side. She understood the importance of this matter. Oh, haha. I'll pass. There's a lot going on at the Committee of Appropriations today. I can't leave. Gu Nianji turned to leave. Brother Huang hurried over to open the door. I'll walk you out. Oh, you're so busy, And yet you're bringing me breakfast. I don't deserve it. Do you want me to treat you to lunch? Sure, I'll wait for you. Gu Nianji thought about it and decided to wait until lunchtime to get Brother Huang to tell her something. Teaching Assistant 1, can you take little Huang to the debate room later? I have something to discuss with the speaker. He Ji-chu spoke up. He walked past Gu Nianji with a cold expression. He didn't even look at her. Gu Nianji shrugged and said to Brother Huang and Wen Shui, I'm going back too. Brother Huang, remember to eat breakfast. You'll get a stomachache if you skip it. She nodded to Wen Shui and turned to leave. She walked out of Brother Huang's small office and turned a corner to walk down another hallway. She saw He Ji-chu walking unhurriedly in front of her. Gu Nianji frowned. The speaker's office wasn't in this direction. Had Professor He gone the wrong way? She quickened her steps and gently tugged on He Ji-chu's sleeve. She pointed in the other direction. Professor He, the speaker's office is that way. You're going the wrong way. This is the first update. It's Monday, please get monthly votes and recommendation votes. The second update should be 2 updates in one, including 4,300 monthly votes. It'll be around 1 p.m. Especially recommendation votes, you're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.